Lots of getaways led to fighting through the day. Didn't make it very far. Still trying to understand why you left it such a mess. Never thought that's who we are. How could we be so close and then forget? What we wanted the most was all that we had. Though the good could never outweigh the bad, I'd rather keep the illusion in my head.
I'm glad to welcome all of you to this event. I also would like to welcome all our participants online. I'm Alina Frolova. I'm one of the experts of the Crimean Platform Expert Network and coordinator of security track of the Crimean Platform. I would like to welcome you all to the third International Forum of the Crimean Platform Expert Network. We are very gratified that we have managed to gather such an audience. We have more than 120 people who have been registered. They are supposed to join us here offline, and more than 200 experts who are registered online will be with us. So this year we will break another record. The record which shows that the topic of Crimea and the Black Sea has become quite trendy, and people are very much interested in it. We all have covered a long way towards this goal. Early on, we had to do a lot to prove that the Crimea exists on the map of the world, that it belongs to Ukraine, and it merits attention. A lot changed after the full-scale aggression, but that brought about a lot of challenges because all the network of experts, which includes numerous experts from Ukraine and other countries, confronted a situation that the challenges that we had on a limited scale somewhere in the Crimea were spread all over the territory. Ukraine and basically the attention of the world community to the violation of human rights in Crimea and other violations of the aggressors ended up in a situation that on negative practices are reoccurring on the occupied territories and the territories that Russians are trying to occupy. We have already said today that we are working in the marathon mode. We need to go the distance. We need to have enough efforts to make sure that the topic of Crimea and the Black and the Azov Sea remain on the radar so that we work not just on the challenges of the present time, and we can assure that primarily by the efforts of Ukraine's military, but primarily we also have to think about how Ukraine is going to be reorganized when we deal with reintegration. The topics are numerous, the experts are in plenty, and another important aspect in the work of the expert network. You would be aware of this, but I would repeat that this platform includes three main dimensions. The governmental dimension, which is headed currently by the Office of the President in the Crimea, the expert level, which we're going to focus on today, and the parliamentary dimension, which is spearheaded by the Verkhovna Rada Parliament. All these three dimensions will be presented today during the panel discussions, and in welcoming remarks, we are very glad that the Crimean Platform has become a good example of interaction and engagement between the government and experts. We have to build up our efforts on that, and with this I would like to give the floor to Ms. Tamila Tasheva, who is a permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Crimea, and she will give us her take on how the expert platform of the Crimean Platform is going to be developed. I'm looking forward to 2 days of very fruitful cooperation and fruitful discussions and conclusions, which hopefully we will work out in the course of these discussions. Ms. Tasheva, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alina. I fully subscribe to what's been said that the expert network of the Crimean Platform is growing, getting larger. Even numerically, last year, I recall that there were much fewer people who joined us, including online. We all recall the first inaugural summit of the Crimean Platform, which was attended by a lot of experts. But the network of experts is growing year in and year out, and we have to congratulate ourselves on this. And for us, this is really key. In our work, we try to build on the work of experts within the Crimean Platform and the network of relevant stakeholder NGOs who have been working on these issues from the very first day of occupation of the Crimea. We're trying to use strategic documents into this discourse. The work of the experts, because it's only in collaboration that we will be able to drive forward our key agenda for the sake of which we're gathered here today, which is the reintegration of Crimea and regaining control over Crimea by Ukraine. As a representative of the civil sector, I view this as absolutely paramount because I understand that the cooperation between the government and the expert network and the civic society brings about tangible results. I'll say just a few words about how we are working now on preparing two summits which are going to be held in the near future, the governmental summit and the parliamentary summit. We're very actively preparing them in cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the President's Office and the Ukrainian Parliament. For the third time this year in Latvia, we will have the third parliamentary summit of the Crimean Platform. The Crimean Platform is a kind of a platform which really unites not just our effort beyond Ukraine, but the key work is being done domestically within our country. So when we speak about the summits of the Crimean Platform and our work within this platform, we do not confine ourselves just to holding events. The work on the Ukrainian legislation and other conclusions that we arrive at is our homework, which we will be able to present to our international partners later on. When we speak about the cooperation with the Parliament, it doesn't mean that we hold events once a year somewhere abroad. This includes our cooperation with interfactional parliamentary group, Crimean Platform, and international MPs who are united into different groups of friendship and cooperation with other countries. We're talking about working out new pieces of legislation. Last year, on the very same day when we held the governmental Crimean Platform, we also held a parliamentary day during which we adopted laws related to administrative order of Crimea, the verification of knowledge of children from the occupied territories, or a very important statement which the experts were involved in about the priority guidelines of the development of the Ukrainian state after de-occupation. There was a relevant statement of the Ukrainian parliament which provided key points and guidelines of our vision of the future of the Crimea in terms of accountability, responsibility, humanitarian dimension of the development of the Crimea, and so on and so forth. And these examples are numerous. Briefly about the summit, which we're going to have this year at the governmental level. We're now cooperating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the President's office on the overall grand concept of the summit. Obviously, we're going to include here what is related to reintegration and our successes in the Black and the Azov Seas, due primarily to the efforts of our military. We're going to include issues related to accountability, the adherence to human rights. The relevant draft is going through the endorsement process within the president's office, and as a result, we would be able to properly prepare the summit of the Crimean Platform. In conclusion, I'd like to wish all of you fruitful work. We're going to meet again during the panel discussions. My colleagues are going to work here in this hall. Maria Tomak and her colleagues from the support group of the Crimean Platform. We will work with you tomorrow. We will exchange opinions on the margins of this event. It's absolutely important for us to build and draw on the knowledge and experience which comes from the local expertise. I'm very happy to see representatives of governmental structures present here. They represent different branches of power, and this is important because a lot of work is being done in cooperation with the indigenous people. Mr. Chubarov is present here. Please use the opportunity to talk to him before he leaves to attend to other business. So I wish you all fruitful work, and thank you for our systemic cooperation and for organizing such important fora every year.
Catching up where Tamila stopped, not only do we do a lot of useful work in between the fora, developing recommendations for the authorities, taking a lot of effort to advocate for the cause, because we understand that now the attention of the world is glued to Ukraine. But such fora are very important because they provide us with an opportunity to network, to talk, which we lack so badly on our everyday routines. Now, we divided this forum into two parts. The first one is dedicated to focus on Ukraine, the issues that we are facing, certain developments in the area of domestic policies that Ukraine is still to develop, and we will be speaking about that today. Today we will have three panels, first dedicated to justice, the second to the global sanctions policy, and the third to indigenous peoples and their engagement in peace building. Tomorrow we will be speaking more about the outward prospects. We will be thinking of what we want to change in global policies. Just economy and war, we will see how the new socioeconomic models are being developed within the global policies and politics. And then we will be speaking about challenges to Ukrainian national heritage. And at last, we will be speaking about the foreign media and what they write about Ukraine. So think of which panel is closest to your interest and how you could contribute to those. So now we will be speaking about justice for Crimea, lessons from the past for a fair future. And I will give the floor to Daria Sviridova. She's partner at Attorneys at Law Zones, representative of the Crimean Platform Expert Network. Daria, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for giving this floor to me. I believe that it's extremely important that we start with the issues of justice, which is paramount. We can go out and ask any layman or woman about what the implications of this war are, and all of them will have absolutely varied answers. But there is this demand for justice as a result of the war. Before talking to you, I looked at the results of surveys of different sociological centers, including rating. They surveyed people in Ukraine about justice in the times of war, and more than 50% of our countrymen and countrywomen see justice as the need to ensure accountability, to bring the war criminals to justice. And in the context of justice, the country does a lot, both domestically and internationally. We've got a very swift work of the international justice structures. We've got the ICC decision as to whether it's a betrayal or a victory, but the very fact that the violations of the human rights have been documented in Crimea is good. Then tomorrow we will have the first decision by the ECTHR about violations of human rights in the Crimea, and I encourage you to read it, to read this judgment. I am looking forward to it. Before that, international justice actually encompassed a lot of people, both in the governmental and non-governmental sectors, and we've been observing that for years. At the same time, over the last decade, we have seen a lot internally in the sphere of justice. We shouldn't underestimate it, and we understand that both the official justice system and civil society have contributed to the latest development. So we would like to analyze the experience and expertise that we've accumulated so far over the last decade of Crimean occupation, and that's what we would like to discuss with our speakers. And it is my great pleasure and honor to invite Tatiana Pichonchik, head of the board of the Zmina Human Rights Center. Then Mykola Mazur, Justice of the Supreme Court. Ihor Panachovny, head of the Prosecutor's Office of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, and Anton Drubovich, head of the Ukrainian Institute of National Remembrance. I'll start with a non-traditional question for panelists. Tatiana, if we start with you, could we look at justice in the context of the effort put into it by non-governmental organizations? Retroactively, you were the first to face the occupation in Crimea, and we had human rights defenders and various civic initiatives in the face of the chaos or lost reaction by the authorities. Now, the capacities of the government are much better. It has more experience in prosecuting international law violations and human rights violations. But NGOs are as active as before, particularly when the government had no access to the Crimea upon occupation. Your organization monitors trials related to political prisoners. You also do a lot to highlight human rights violations in the occupied Crimea. And I wonder, what has changed for you after the large-scale invasion was launched against us? How do you manage to document the violations under occupation with no access whatsoever, and a lot of atrocities that are being committed in the occupied mainland Ukraine sometimes shadow what we used to pay attention to in Crimea? Thank you very much for giving the floor to me. It's symbolic, I believe, that we start with this panel dedicated to justice, because I demand for justice as key for the domestic society and international as well. Upon the occupation of the Crimea, the Russian Federation spread its law over the territory of Crimea, and all of the trials in the occupation courts accepted Russian legislation. And in the first years after the occupation, we actually observed lots of politically motivated prosecutions, persecutions, and political prisoners. We engaged in a lot of campaigns, both domestically and internationally, to have the political prisoners liberated. This number has been growing since then, and we always insisted that that persecution was politically motivated, was biased, but we needed evidence to prove our allegations, not for the Ukrainian society, because everything was quite obvious to us. We did realize that there were huge problems with the right to fair trial in Crimea. But today, with no access for human rights organizations or governmental structures or else international organizations to the Crimean Peninsula, we were the only ones who had an opportunity to work there. Back in 2016, 2017, we decided to collect mass of evidence from the occupational courts regarding the violation of the right to a fair trial. One of the challenges was that under the occupation, nobody did that before we decided to do this. And we didn't have the methodology to assess the proceedings in Crimean courts, and we had an international group that developed a unique methodology to monitor trials and court procedures in the Crimea. We leaned on the international standards when it came to the right to fair trial. In 2018, we published the first systemic analysis thereof. It was unprecedented then, and it has not been repeated ever since. It was about politically motivated cases developed by 6 human rights organizations, 5 from Ukraine and 1 from Moldova. Interestingly, this study was based on the results of a court monitoring, trial monitoring of 184 visits of courts in the Crimea and observation of what was going on in 9 cases, criminal cases by Vladimir Baluch, Yuri Movenko, Mykola Severny, Ilya Umerov, Artem Chigoz, the case of the 26th of February, etc. So then, in our monitoring effort, we focused on the hypothesis according to which the court system under the occupation was incapable of ensuring effective protection against illegal persecution in politically motivated processes. Understandably, the right to fair trial is about the respect and honoring of the fair trial standards. So we studied not all of them, but some of them. That's independence and fairness, the presumption of innocence, etc. Just equality of arms and some other standards, and there were about 50% of visits of court hearings, sometimes even in 100% of such cases. It is important to analyze other things and the context. We focused on the outcomes of the interviews, written statements, video recordings. We monitored local media and information spaces when it came to the law and presumption of innocence. At that time, at the level of very thoroughly selected and gathered material, we saw that there can be no fair trial in politically motivated cases, in the sense that the Council of Europe interprets the political prosecution and or persecution. And now we see what has changed compared to the pre-large war period. Now access to courts has become even harder. The yellow level of terrorist threat has been activated in the Crimea, so the access to trials is very limited. So we can observe the violation of the criterion of the openness of trials. Now, traditionally, the politically motivated cases that we had seen before the all-out war, that's Hizbul Tahrir and some religiously motivated cases, now a different category of cases is growing. For example, the cooperation with an alien state, or where the gross treason. Now we see that there are 275 such cases. We are monitoring 8 such cases, and now they have 1 case per year of this nature. Then Russia has occupied also part of southern oblasts of Ukraine, or regions of Ukraine, Kherson and Zaporizhia, and the occupational forces were ousting people from those territories. Some were deported to Crimea, and they were kept incommunicado in detention centers. And the cases were heard first in courts, but now they have been returned to the territory of occupied Zaporizhia and Kherson regions, where the Russian Federation has started to create their own quote-unquote justice system. And now we study who are the judges in such renewed, again, quote-unquote, courts of Zaporizhia and Kherson regions, and compare them to the courts in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. We also observe trials engaging Ukrainian prisoners of war, Artem Humanyuk, then Mariupol border guards, Ivan Tereshenko, Vasil Dmitruk. And here we see a lot of concerns that the occupational powers, authorities, not only in the Crimea but also in mainland Ukraine, they actually persecute Ukrainian military for fighting in the war, which is a violation of IHL.
There are a lot of framed up cases against people who protested in one way or another against the war and tried to show resistance and show that Crimea is Ukraine. So why are we doing all this, and why do we consider this all important? First of all, the evidence which we've gathered in the course of this work are very important for the criminal cases and investigations which take place on the mainland Ukraine concerning illegal incarceration of Ukrainian citizens. And we've gathered evidence about monitoring in Crimea and illegal incarceration of our citizens. This is important to support the people who are unjustly brought to court, and we need to draw attention to these cases. This is important for international organizations which carry out monitoring and observe the violation of human rights on the occupied territories, including in the Crimea. They do it remotely because they don't have any physical access. We also have a hypothesis showing that in cases related to the war, at least in part of it, the violations which we record are not just about lack of access to fair trial, but also about war, the so-called war crimes. And we are going to test out this hypothesis. This is important for history as well, to ascertain the truth and record what is going on, because later down the road, all this evidence will become the evidence which we showed in museums, research institutions, and so on. And this is part of our national memory and remembrance. You've spoken about the documented facts, and they are really numerous. I'd like to ask Igor Ponochovny, the prosecutor's office of the Crimea, working in exile, has come a long way, rebuilding this institution from scratch and working in the conditions of the legislation which is not adapted to the war martial law, with the lack of access, and all the way to the institution which this office is today, which is a workable instrument and important for prosecutors' offices in other regions. Unfortunately, we have similar examples in other occupied territories where such offices work in exile. Well, we know that thousands of documented facts, maybe not all of them, will end up as litigation. Maybe sometimes the statute of limitation will expire, and because of this, we have a lot of challenges. And therefore, I'd like to ask you, what is your assessment of your work on the basis of your experience? What are your priorities for the short term? Because on the one hand, your experience is very precious, but on the other hand, you don't have access to the victims and to fair and trial, and it's simply unpractical to work on all the relevant cases. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's very difficult to assess your own performance, especially doing it in public. The Crimean prosecutor's office will be provided later. Down the road, maybe Anton will be dealing with this as by way of historical investigation. We cannot say at this point whether 7 verdicts in terms of trials for participation in the armed forces, we cannot say whether that is many or few. We had in Crimea only 4 cases lately, and they were all related to the violation of national security, and all this was beyond the bounds of the prosecutor's works. And unfortunately, the verdicts were not turned by the courts. So basically, justice was not done. It was kind of half-baked. The full-scale invasion changed this situation, and today we have about 200 cases in terms of national security violations and war crimes. And one of the war crimes is forcible drafting of Ukrainian citizens for the armed forces of Russia, is the first verdict which was reviewed by the Supreme Court. So on the one hand, it looks like we have something to be proud of, but on the other hand, there's still a lot of work ahead of us. I can say with confidence that the number of people who betrayed their oath of allegiance and the number of war crimes perpetrated in Crimea probably is the largest among all the occupied territories. We are all aware of how the occupation of Crimea was taking place. We all know that the reaction of the state and the society was kind of very belated, because very late on people couldn't understand what was going on there, and many people just viewed the occupation of Crimea, viewed this only as a hindrance to their holiday making. And in the meantime, war crimes were taking place in the Crimea, were not as straightforward for the society as the ones which were perpetrated after 2022, after the large-scale aggression, because there everything was straightforward. There is war, a full-blown war, and so on. But in the Crimea, it was something that not everyone understood, and the justice again was affected by the fact that there was a lack of understanding of what is going on in the Crimea, and why there was a question, why don't we qualify the actions of judges of the Crimea as something which they did as knowing violation of the legislation. So basically our priorities have not changed, because in terms of war crimes and crimes against the national security, the priorities of our office remain the same. We have only added the work which is related to collaboration with the enemy, the crimes which we could not qualify according to the criminal code of Ukraine. Now we can qualify them as those related to collaboration articles. And this article gives a wide spectrum of opportunities to bring people to account. But so basically, the scope of our work has been broadened. This adds motivation for the prosecutors, because it's very difficult to work when you have no physical access to the territory, when you are in a kind of a position when you feel kind of out of place in your system of law and order, because no one understands what you're doing. And when you employ prosecutors, it's very difficult, therefore, in view of the above, to motivate people that they should do something, the results of which will be visible only way down the road. But after the large-scale invasion, things changed. We have verdicts being turned, and justice is being done as regards the Crimea to the full. We have to draw on these lessons in order to restore justice for the victims of the war and this armed conflict. We can be very skeptical about verdicts in absentia, but when the verdicts are in place, this satisfies the societal call for justice, at least partially, and it gives a clear message to the criminals. If we speak about the Crimea, it's a clear message for the collaborators and for the occupational authorities in the Crimea, showing that all their actions are in the focus of our attention, and everything is being scrutinized in terms of our legislation. and the international court institutions, the International Criminal Court and the UN Court and the European Court for Human Rights also based their work on that evidence. I agree with you that it's really visible now that the cases have gone to the court, and we have verdicts related to the violation of national security and the war crimes. Last year in Crimea, if I'm not mistaken, there was a decision taken by the Darnitsa district court when you provided the charges about the forcible conscription of our citizens, and it was the first decision which made its way all the way to the Supreme Court. In view of this, I'd like to address the next question to Mykola as regards the huge snowball of cases which we have from the law enforcement bodies all the way to the court system. A lot of eyes of the politicians and the society are upon the system of justice. There are very high expectations for justice. This is primarily about the work of the court system. Having said that, let's be honest. Maybe you will refute my opinion, but I believe that the work with cases as a result of the war is related not just to the challenges of the courts in terms of their capacity, but in terms of the general environment in which the courts operate. Lack of personnel, the lack of access to occupied territories, and the necessity for the courts to relocate. This also stands in the way of the work of the courts, and the issues of training the judges, which have never worked before with the system of international courts, because previously it wasn't the mainstream in our judiciary when people worked, for instance, previously in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, but now the situation is totally different. A lot of processes and a lot of proceedings take place in absentia. I can give you one figure. 75% of the surveyed, according to the opinion poll last year, believe that if the culprits are not brought physically to the court of law, people will believe that largely justice is not being done. So what can we do to make sure that the judicial system has the capacity and capability of providing its work to the full, and what are the challenges of working on these cases at the international level to make sure that people view this as justice being done? Thank you very much for your question and for the opportunity to speak at this very important platform.
Every day, I keep asking myself what we are fighting for. Why are our young men and women laying their lives at the front line? It's not the territories that we are fighting for. We are fighting for the values, one of which is fair justice. Tatiana has told us about the state with the judiciary and justice in the occupied Crimea and Ukrainian regions. But the entire system of justice is broader than just courts. These are law enforcement. These are all engaged in the justice processes. So the system of justice should be qualitatively different from what the Russian world, Russian universe offer us or offer their citizens. It's a tough task, but I'm sure that we will achieve our goal. We started talking about war crimes. 10 years ago, in 2014, when the aggression just started, the justice system showed itself from a new angle. We looked at cases related to the protection of human rights in the occupied Crimea. May I remind you of one such case about the protection of the right of our citizens to establish the facts of birth and death in the temporarily occupied territories. It was a fairly challenging task of justice because we had legislation mandating us not to recognize any acts of the occupation authorities. At the same time, we didn't want to lose ties with Ukrainian citizens under occupation, nor did they want to be severed from their government. So establishing and documenting the fact of birth of children who were born after 2014 was, as I said, a fairly difficult task. And we also applied the case law of international courts, and the Supreme Court and Verkhovna Rada even ratified the necessary international agreements. On the other hand, it is about bringing to justice those guilty of committing crimes and offenses against our state and citizens, countrymen and countrywomen. Before 2024 or 2022, few cases had been considered, and the Supreme Court sustained the sentence to former President Yanukovych, who wrote a letter to President Putin asking him to intervene into Ukrainian territory and internal affairs by bringing in Russian troops, thus legitimizing and legalizing all activities related to the aggression. After the large-scale invasion, the legislation was revised and the legislators' approach has changed when it comes to the legal status of affairs related to the aggression. We've got martial law, we call the war, and thus we are broadly applying international humanitarian law, IHL. The figures that we can see on the website of the Prosecutor General's office regarding the number of criminal cases, it's more than 130,000 war crimes. That's an appalling figure. Today, in Ukraine, fewer sentences have been announced than the cases instituted. One should understand whence this gap. This category of cases is extremely difficult. Our investigators cannot go to the occupied territories. They cannot take statements of witnesses or testimony of the victims. It's difficult to establish who the culprits are. But even under such circumstances, we do have sentences relating to fairly high-profile cases. You might remember the history or the story when Russian military came to the car selling salon and then talked to the guards, and when those turned their back to them, they just shot and killed them. There's video footage of this, and it has been a very high-profile case. So in Chernihiv Oblast, the entire village was kept. More than 300 people were kept in the basement for months, and more than 10 people died because of the appalling conditions there. So these cases are now being considered by courts and sentences are being pronounced. Back in 1990, the various international criminal tribunals were created, and then all of those grew into the ICC. Called to ensure justice for many countries. The idea was that it's the ICC that would consider such cases, but now we see that they only consider the top level officials engaged in war crimes or crimes against humanity. Otherwise, it's the national courts that will have to do that. Not only in Ukraine, but in other European countries, in other parts of the world. There are cases also related to Ukraine in other countries, but the brunt would be carried by Ukrainian national courts. And this workload is related to several challenges. First of all, the number of cases. This workload is immense, and we have to ensure the sufficient quality, the standard of, quality in adjudication of such cases, because our justice should be just, right? It doesn't have, or it shouldn't be anything like that in the Russian Federation. I understand that we do make mistakes, but we are trying our best to be up to par. And it's Article 437 regarding the aggression, war of aggression that we focus on now. Our criminal law was adopted when nobody thought even of a possibility of a war with any of our neighbor countries. And we understand that our criminal law does not fully meet the needs when it comes to the international crimes or offenses, including the mother of all crimes, the crime of aggression. And when we bring to justice just rank and file soldiers, it's one thing. But when it comes to holding to account the top leadership of the aggressor country, it is still a toss-up. The Grand Chamber of the Supreme Court did a lot to bring Ukrainian national criminal law in accord with the international one. So we know that litigations or hearings can be open because earlier those could only be closed in chamber, and the courts in the Russian Federation, for example, could have acquit certain Ukrainians of certain crimes, because we understand that in Russia politics are at play rather than the law. But in Ukraine, it should be different. Then again, as my colleague here mentioned, we still lack judges in courts, and the workload and caseload is, as I said, immense. The court system is trying to cope with it now. The High Qualification Commission of Judges is actively working, as well as the High Council of Justice, to fill in the vacancies in courts. Training for judges is a different matter. Now, it is international humanitarian law is a totally new sphere of law to our judges, and in order to ensure high quality trials, we need to train our judges all the time, and that's exactly what we are doing in cooperation with our international partners. Then our substantive and procedural law has to be revised. in order to bring it in conformity with the international criminal law and its interpretation of international criminal court. Our Article 437 is of a blanket nature. For you to appreciate the problem, Article 8 of the Rome Statute of ICC has 15 different counts of war crimes, but only a small fracture of those is part of our criminal law. Like it says, other violation of rules and customs of war. So the best way out would be to have our criminal law instruments revised, but we can overcome this difficulty through court interpretation, through Supreme Court interpretation, through forming case law, but that takes time, and I think that introducing changes and amendments to the criminal law would be the speedier way of addressing this issue. And now we are considering two cases, the Supreme Court, about the application of Article 437, and we will continue to form and establish and develop our case law in this area. When it comes to proceedings in absentia, that's a challenge. We understand Russia ceased to be the member of the Council of Europe, and we cannot bring him to justice in the European Court of Human Rights. And looking back at the early 2000s in Croatia with their cases in absentia, and it shows that even 25 years after the events, you still can go to the European Court for Human Rights and have not only sentences for the perpetrators, but also compensations for the victims. So we should make sure that every step in our court system and processes and procedures should be up to par, so that they will enable victims to then challenge their violators in or the perpetrators in international courts. But even with this huge case law, we have to focus on quality rather than on quantity of cases. And I think that we here should prioritize better. It's a matter of policy that is being developed and approved by the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor General's office, but I think that's exactly what we should be doing.
Thank you. This idea is being discussed by experts very actively now that we have thousands, hundreds of thousands of facts of documented crimes, and obviously they need to be prioritized. And if we want to make it doable, and others will become the evidence for our Institute of Remembrance and other research. The state can be working not just on the in terms of criminal justice on that, but otherwise as well. I'd like to address Mr. Drobovich. I believe that as time goes by, we will increasingly understand that justice is primarily about memory and what we remember about the events which took place in occupation, in terms of most grievous crimes? Do we remember about those justice, who was brought to justice, who was not? And my colleagues from non-governmental sector now do a lot of research in the deoccupied territories. And as they talk to the people who lived under occupation, they receive very interesting feedback from the locals. For me, it was a kind of insight. People said that even though they people do have a very strong call for justice, for them, this is a kind of a security factor that the culprit should be brought to justice. But equally important for them was to keep the memory of not those who cooperated with the enemy, but also those who refused to do so, who resisted, who maintained the ties with Ukraine even under occupation. That was a kind of revealing for me, and it was a very interesting survey, and it gave me a very interesting perspective on things. The question was, what does justice mean for you? Three options: bringing culprits to justice, compensation for the crimes, and keeping the memory and ascertaining the truth about the war. The first place was the punishment of culprits, about 50%. But the next ranking was the point that it is key to ascertain the truth and keep the memory about that. As far as I see this, this is a very interesting phenomenon. I'd like you to explain to us, why is that so important from the perspective of justice? What is your vision as an institute of remembrance? Do you see your role in this, especially in the context of the Crimea, which is shrouded in myths and sometimes even about quote-unquote legitimate occupation by Russians? Thank you very much. I will start off with a kind of dramatic illustration of a big problem to which we have come just now on the basis of what we've heard from the previous three speakers. And when we analyze the situation in general as regards the capacity of the criminal justice and the protection of rights, if we speak about our war, and in broader terms, if we speak about the culture of institutionally highlighted protection of human rights, which after the Second World War has acquired a character of a cultural phenomenon, including Nuremberg Court and so on. If we take a look at the list of top culprits: Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, Ceausescu, Pol Pot, Pinochet, horrible crowd, and none of them was brought properly to justice and punished. There were individual cases, like with Pinochet, for instance. They were affected by this procedure in a sort of way, but they were not properly punished. As regards Pol Pot, for instance, it was in absentia process. Ceausescu was seemingly tried by tribunal for 3 days until he was executed. Hitler committed suicide. Mussolini was hanged in Milan together with his mistress out at a square. So all these cases failed to go through the proper channels of justice. But is there any justice? Has justice been finally done afterwards on any child who read textbooks, understand that those were bad people, that there were scoundrels, and no decent person will ever say a good word about them. But on the other hand, all of them, the jury, uh, left this earthly world without proper punishment, which means that justice is not always reached by judiciary for a number of reasons. I'm a fanatic believer in judicial process. I have proper background of for me. The apology of Socrates means that the court of law is the place where everything is should take place on the scale of things, on the scale of the proper balance. For me, this is the basis of justice, but we understand that it's not always that this is possible. But can memory or remembrance handle some tasks related to justice? Our panel is about just future. We have experts present here who say that in the context of criminal judiciary, maybe even in administrative sense, justice will not be done 100% for a number of reasons. Some of the bad guys will die, some will flee, some will be fugitives for 25 years or so. Some of them will be tried in absentia. The reasons are numerous, but there will be constraints. When we speak about 130,000 cases, anyone who understands this scope will understand that this is not doable, especially as we don't have a proper control over a large territory of Ukraine, and we are not aware of how many more crimes and violations of human rights are being perpetrated there now. So, in view of the above, we can obviously say that memory or remembrance will, one way or another, carry out some of the functions to reach justice. We know about the people that I mentioned, that they're scoundrels, not because of the sentences against them, but because of remembrance, history, investigations, chronicles, photographs, evidences, and so on. Documenting is really key. We have a lot of types of documents, legally meaningful, journalistic documents, historical evidences, but all the types of documenting are important because they will bring about justice in the broadest meaning of the word. From my perspective and my institute, there are several proofs that this system is already working. I will start with, not with our experience, but with the experience of National Agency for Preventing Corruption. They came up with a list of sponsors of terrorism, and it was placed on domain .gov.ua, and it brought about the issue of bringing to account all those who cooperated with the aggressors. But there were not consequences for them, for those banks and all others who cooperated with Russia. But many times the Ukrainian leadership had requests from at the international level to remove them from that list, because that reputationally was very important. So reputation really matters here. Another case is related to a digital project about the verbal history telling evidence about the revolution of dignity, about the occupation of Crimea, the anti-terrorist occupation of Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast on the basis of the accounts given by people who fled from those regions after the occupation. And we managed to gather a huge body of evidence about that war. And this is a soft instrument, obviously, but it turned out that after the beginning of the large-scale invasion, people who had given those evidences addressed us with a request to withhold their evidences, because it turned out that the aggressors and those who supported them held a very negative view of people who told the true story about the war. Aristotle, when he deliberated about justice, expressed the thought that justice basically envisions that everyone receives what he or what belongs to him or her, and in line with the law. These are the two components which mean justice. So getting what is legally yours is largely about justice, but very often people fail to have that right satisfied. We at least have to call a killer, a thief, a torturer, call them by their proper names. This is giving them what belongs to them. And therefore, the memory which we're talking about can provide for reaching justice which cannot be reached by other methods. So obviously, justice would definitely be provided through different instruments: criminal justice, economic and other instruments, reputational and historic means. And even now, as we try to improve our criminal and judiciary system, we also need to document all the facts and crimes perpetrated now, because this is also largely about reputation. And even if we do not have sentences here and now, but if the neighbors of people who did something wrong are aware of this, and this gets proper coverage, the life of those criminals is not going to be easy. Obviously, it cannot replace the court of law, but there should be synergy between all these instruments. Percentage-wise, I don't know, this is a big question, but it's good that discussions like ours raise those issues.
And we all should work together. The prosecutor's office, the representative office of the president in Crimea, NGOs is just a step towards protecting justice and fairness. Perhaps it's not the key ones, not the main ones, but important nonetheless. You may say, okay, you can not bring them to justice, you cannot confiscate their assets, but you can talk talk about them. You can point fingers, you can name and shame them. And that's exactly what we are doing right now, together with you, esteemed experts. And I'm thankful to you for that. We should continue doing that because only our comprehensive understanding of the grandeur of the task will help us achieve our goals. Thank you. Thank you, Anton. While listening to you, I thought that one of the key objects that the aggressor wants is to target the people who are most active. That's human rights defenders. And it's our task to give the voice to those who cannot speak for themselves. And now if I open up the floor to the audience, and I encourage our colleagues in the audience to ask their questions, since we don't have too much time, please grasp this opportunity. We've got our colleagues with the mics, so you raise your hands and you'll have the mic, okay? Thank you. Andriy Ivanets, Krayova Rada of Ukrainians and the Crimea. One of the most appalling elements of this aggression is the abduction of children and their deportation with further indoctrination and changing their identity from Ukrainian to the Russian ones. And one of the steps of the international justice is to issue arrest warrant for Putin and Lvova Belova for the abduction of Ukrainian children and forced adoption thereof. Such crimes have been documented in Crimea since 2014 after this practice of the so-called trains of hope when children were brought to Russia from Crimea. How many such cases have you documented so far, and how are they being registered by our law enforcement system and judiciary? Yes, indeed, criminal proceedings on the illegal transfer of children most of all pertains to orphans and children deprived of parental care. At the moment of the occupation of the Crimea, we had about 5,000 of those, and 12 or 14 were part of this Train of Hope program. They were taken to the territory of the Russian Federation and adopted there illegally. Then there was some pause in documenting such crimes, so which means that there were not large-scale violations of this nature before the large-scale invasion. It is difficult to investigate such offences because there's this secrecy of adoption and confidentiality of the adopting parents' identity. It took us several years to identify the children who lived in Crimea in children's institutions in 2014, as I said. So now we are trying to identify where they are to locate them. We know that some of them are still in the territory of the Russian Federation. Most of them returned to the Crimea. And we didn't identify any children in mainland Ukraine so that we could talk to them. But This offense is being investigated under Article 437 as a war crime. That's what Mykola mentioned before, the violation of the rules and customs of war. Other IHL violations, in particular as unlawful transfer of people. But since 2022, thousands of children have been taken away from Ukraine. In 2014, in Crimea, those numbers were much smaller. I represent Freedom House. My question is to Anton. Since I've always been interested in the matters of national reconciliation and remembrance, quite recently I visited Serbia and I was shocked to know that even though the post-war events in former Yugoslavia have been covered intensely in the international media and the restoration of justice covered all the three main pillars that you've mentioned before, and I believe that that is the basis for establishing justice post-war. Serbia is glorifying war criminals right now, and the people agree with that. And school curricula actually provide for the war criminals giving lectures to school children. So all of the four pillars have been observed. The assets were confiscated. The major offenders were tried and imprisoned. Just national remembrance has been served, but what went wrong? Why again in Serbia they return to the same old picture? What do you think of that? Thank you very much for this question. I think one shouldn't overestimate, or let me reframe it, in the discourse of remembrance and the renewal of this right, reinstatement of the right to memory, cannot be done only by the governmental authority. Informationally and reputationally, it's the matter for the entire society. The government, the state should have a powerful voice here, but it should not be tyrannically imposed on the society. The government should support research. It should ensure proper conditions for the whistleblowers, including the witnesses of the crimes that agree to come forward and give testimony. And it shouldn't only be work around the perpetrators. Those should be people who show the best of humanity in their practices and in their behavior. So the government cannot monopolize this work, because once it does, once only public officials are in charge and see it as their duty, with no regard to the potential contribution of the civil society, it won't be useful. Academia should also participate. The government can support them through grants and orders. But the major thing is that the voice of the society itself should be heard. For example, in Ukraine, Igor Kozlovsky, professor from Donetsk, the religion scientist who was extremely respected by the Ukrainian society at large and who suffered from detention in the so-called Donetsk Popular Republic. So we should lean on such figures. It should be the cooperation amongst the government, the civil society, the academia, and people who are leaders of the public opinion. If it is the governmental monopoly, it will bring us to failure. So we should lean on the principles of civil cohesion, solidarity. Yeah, different parts of the society can criticize one another for things like this, but it should be a comprehensive approach. There should be literature, there should be movies, there should be events organized by various actors, including non-governmental ones. It should be a true dialogue, without which it will be boiled down to mere formality. And I am afraid that that's exactly what happened in Serbia, because it hasn't become the mass culture of the people rethinking of their past and reconciliation on some human values. I haven't got a recipe. I don't think that there is a recipe that will fit all. My question is to the prosecutor. On the 30th of January, the International Court of Justice came up with a judgment, and the public opinion was split. Some say we can develop this judgment further. Some believe that the case has been lost. But if we did make mistakes in presenting our position, what lessons should we learn from those mistakes, and how can we avoid them in the future? That's a question to the Minister of Foreign Affairs rather than to the Supreme Court, because they presented Ukraine's position. But from the standpoint of the judicial ethics, it would be difficult for me to assess the performance of our colleagues. You know that the entire team comprised representatives of different countries, all with their own approaches and their own vision, their political, sometimes vested interests. I can't comment on that with the necessary degree of certainty, but I'm sure that this case has not been lost. It's a judgment that actually conceptualized and documents a number of violations of the international law by the Russian Federation. And tomorrow we will get yet another judgment by the European Court of Human Rights, and I'm sure that we would be satisfied with this upcoming judgment much more. I hope that ECTHR will demonstrate its commitment to human rights. So I would focus more on this upcoming judgment by the European courts.
Just one comment. I've had a lot of critical remarks about that, but I will tell you about my case. I have a concept of simulative genocide, showing how Russia gradually destroys the markers of identity. The decision that you referenced, one of its fragments is that it was recognized that in the area of education since 2014, the Russian administration created such conditions concerning the Ukrainian language, which violates the European Convention against racial equality. They basically criminalized Ukrainian culture. And therefore, even when some people criticize this process, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that some components of this decision will make it possible for us to globally prove the criminal intention of the Russian Federation. And in that respect, there is the ruling of that court is very important in terms of proving the genocidal intentions of the Russian Federation and the territory of Ukraine. I'm Vifrediga, yeah, senior advisor on the stabilization platform in Berlin. We support Ukraine in its war against Russia. I have a question to Mr. Mazur. He quite justly spoke about the need to have high quality justice to be able to handle cases like that. So my question is very straightforward. How important in that respect is the reform of the Supreme Court of Ukraine, which is one of the priorities in the eyes of the European Union? And what should be taken into account in this reform? And what kind of a challenge is that for your work? Because all that is about a huge rebooting for the whole system of justice. Well, there's nothing more permanent than the process of reform in Ukraine. Therefore, I'm looking forward with interest to another follow-up reforms. But seriously speaking, I believe that any European institution, every time we start talking about justice, they support the idea that any reform should be as conservative as possible, and extraordinary measures should be rather an exception than the rule, because any reform which is aimed at changing it all and changing everyone undermines the independence of the judiciary in itself. So if a judge working today will be always under the impression that tomorrow he may be fired, this will create a risk that he will be taking any decision to the liking of those who will decide tomorrow who will stay put and who will have to go. So reforms of this kind, if they happen, should be based on the European values we aspire for. And that is about proper procedural guarantees, including for the judges. That includes the procedure of selecting judges for different levels of courts to ensure a proper feedback and participation of the civil sector in this process, as well as the financial monitoring and control over the lifestyle of people working in judiciary, primarily judges. Our attitude to this is quite good. This is also about providing proper disciplinary procedures to ensure a balance between pressure and, on the other hand, in order to ensure the workability of this institution. If some judge is going to use his position for wrongful ends, there should be a procedure for bringing this person to account, including the criminal responsibility. I'm Denis Savchenko from the Center of Humanitarian Dialogue. I have a question to all the panelists. Those who would like to take this question, please a reply. How this question about the segmentation of the Ukrainian society and the differences of experiences of people along the lines of geography and along the lines of whether this is an occupied territory or not occupied territory, the IDPs and so on. All these strata of society have their own individual idea of justice. So my question is like this: can Ukraine, and if yes, by what means can Ukraine kind of align these perceptions of justice given all the varieties of attitudes and views concerning justice in Ukraine? Thank you. Maybe I will take this question first because this is also related to our vision on what reintegration of our territories and people should be like. Obviously, now we have a number of processes which we characterize as critical as human rights organizations. There are a lot of excesses in bringing people to account for collaboration. There are cases when people should not be subject to criminal responsibility if they, for instance, fixed electric power grids on the occupied territories, and other similar cases when actions of people could be decriminalized through the processes of lustration. And secondly, another problem is what should be the attitude of the state to the rulings of occupational courts. In my previous presentation, I focused on the sentences which are obviously unjust, where our political prisoners are being persecuted. These are cases related to the war, and we are not just doubtful about them, but through the evidence that we have, we prove on the basis of individual cases that those processes on those cases were not just. But if we take a broader look at this problem, we can put it this way. Not the occupational courts take not just this kind of sentences. In Crimea, there are murders, rapes. There are cases related to hereditary rights and property rights. I have a list of various rulings of the courts, and as of 2022 in the Crimea, there was 972,000 civil cases and 85,000 criminal. 290,000 civilian cases and 18,000 criminal cases. And that is not all. According to the Russian legislation, not all the cases and all the sentences are made public. So relatively speaking, we can say that 1.5 million rulings of occupational courts in terms of administrative and criminal and judiciary have been taking place. And the question is, what are we going to do with all those court rulings once the Crimea is deoccupied? There can be several approaches. One is the radical one, not to recognize those rulings at all, the way it happens now, because our law on the rights and freedoms of people and the legal status on the occupied territories envisions that we do not recognize any documents of the occupational authorities except for some documents about birth certificates, marriages, and so on. So according to this law, we do not recognize any documents and rulings of the occupational courts. And there's a certain problem with that. Problem number one is that according to the international humanitarian law, the occupying power should provide legal law and order on the occupied territory. That includes law enforcement bodies, judiciary, if a traffic accident or some other violations take place. And secondly, if we do not recognize those rulings, the question arises, what about the interests of the victims of those crimes, for instance, if they are related to violence? And I think here we can recall exceptions of Namibia, the principle of international law, which says that the documents of occupational powers can be recognized if the failure to recognize them entails violation of human rights. On the other hand, we cannot recognize all those rulings because the very recognition thereof will lead us to recognizing some unjust decisions of those courts. And therefore, we will have to fire those who are culprits in that. And I think we have now to give a big thought to what will happen once the Crimea is occupied. And we should think about what should be the attitude of the court rulings of the occupational courts. Here we can speak about certain mechanism of verification of such rulings. Like part of them will not be recognized, for instance, if they are related to some articles of Russia's legislation which do not meet the international norms of human rights, like, for instance, accusations and charges of extremism, the way it is presented in the Russian Federation legislation. Or if we take criminal responsibility for discreditation of Russia's military. Cases related to those issues can automatically be rejected by us. Or, for instance, Jehovah's Witnesses, which are being persecuted by Russians. All those people should go free without any doubt. Otherwise, we can revise and review all those rulings in view of the international law norms. For instance, planting explosives with journalists or accusations of sabotage, subversive actions. But if we review 1.5 million of all the rulings, that can paralyze the whole judicial system and result in a collapse. So even now we have to work out proper approaches to that. I know that the General Prosecutor's Office is now working on that and how criminal legislation on the occupied territories should be restored in 2023 on the basis of our representation in the Republic of the Crimea. A document was drafted about the priority steps in a deoccupied Crimea, which shows the general attitude to the rulings of occupational courts. So we have to provide an adequate mechanism so that we would not be caught unawares when the proper time comes. Yes, the Prosecutor's Office of the Crimea has some invaluable experience in that respect. We have just two minutes to go to, so this is the final question.
I'm Oksana Bariev, Crimean Tatar Resource Center. About the Court of Justice, International Court of Justice, judges could have certain motivation to take that justice. But we know that this judgment also refers to lack of information about all of the violated rights. So now we see that when the documents are collected regarding the legal status of the Crimean Tatar people. The jury, everything has been done properly, but we can't see why the Supreme Court does not contribute. So when it comes to the racial discrimination, what's the strategy of our authorities? And now from the Strategic Forum of the Future of Crimea, we made a proposal to and legal analysis of the Ukrainian law regarding the occupied Crimea and laws relating to deoccupation. In your opinion, what first laws should be or acts should be adopted, or what amendments should be made to the legislation of Ukraine? Now, with regard to the first question, we are not authorized to answer it because we haven't got any representatives of the MFA. But what about the second question? Now, that's a very tough one. We can introduce amendment to some of the effective legislation, and there are certain pieces of legislation that should be adopted after the occupation of the Crimea. When it comes to the judicial system, then we should improve the procedures for trials in absentia and responsibility for political motivated cases. Now we need to develop strategies, sometimes alternative strategies, depending on how the occupation proceeds. And perhaps then we should opt for a certain version of legislation in response to the situation as it reveals itself after the occupation. I agree with Mykola here in that we are more experts on criminal justice, and as before, the occupation, after the occupation, we should be enabled to do our work correctly. We will look at various options again, various versions of developments of the events. If the enemy's army withdraws and there's no criminal justice system, we will introduce our own. It depends on how the state would see the deoccupation processes, and legislation should be developed accordingly. Thank you, dear colleagues. And now one idea by way of conclusion. Justice, proper justice will be key to restore fairness and justice for the victims of offenses and crimes, and it will be also key to our international image and international support. We should remember that. And justice or fairness in broader sense cannot be reduced to criminal justice alone. And here we should concert effort. The law enforcement, the judicial systems, the academia, the non-governmental organizations, and the civil society, we should all think of what justice and fairness will mean to all those who suffered from illegal occupation of the Crimea. Thank you very much for your attention.
Колеги, ми починаємо.
Okay, colleagues, so we start. And we are going to have an extremely important discussion about the rebooting of global sanctions policy against Russia, taking into account the positive and negative experiences of the 2 years of the big data. And I would like to invite Andrei Klimenko, Editor-in-Chief, Head of the Black Sea News Monitoring Group, representative of the Security and Sanction Track of the Crimea Platform Expert Network. It's yours. So the people are still having their lunch. Okay. Dear colleagues, we are trying to change the traditional approach to panels. And we suggest that the entire discussion looks like this. At first, Mikhailo Gonchar and myself, and Mikhailo Gonchar here is president of the Center for Global Studies Strategy 21. We will open the discussion with introductory remarks, 10 minutes each, and then we will give the floor to you, to the audience, because we want the audience to be very proactive. One of the participants told us that and according to the NATO standards, in any discussion, there should be only 10 to 20% of the panelists speak, and then it should be the dialogue with the audience. Then we will give the floor to Katerina Yaresko. She is an investigative journalist. She's just come from Kharkiv, where she works at the Kharkiv National Economic University. And we will also have other experts with us. And at the very end of this discussion, we very much hope that it will be a true discussion. So we would give the floor to 3 other speakers in the panel. Dmytro Shulha, whom many of you know as the director of the Europe and World Program at the International Renaissance Foundation. He comes from Sevastopol. He is also a Crimean resident, as many of you here. And he has studied the issues of sanctions policy in great detail for the last 10 years. And at the very end, we will ask Miroslava Maximenko, who's the key person in the Cabinet of Ministers developing sanctions policies. She is also a secretary of an interagency sanctions commission under the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. And last but not least, we would like to invite Andrei Kononenko, who's Deputy Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. He was recently promoted to this position, and we hope that the general retired now, right? Yes, will share his experience when it comes to rebooting the global sanctions policy against Russia. So my part of the introductory remarks is called Global Sanctions Policy as a hostage to the global misreading of the Russian policy in early 2022. I will tell you strategically important things. This sanctions policy should be seen as a powerful element of the international security. Hence, the expert network pays special attention to the security and sanctions sections as two key to our network in general. My experience in both of these areas allows me to say that the global sanctions policy is indeed a hostage to the misconceptions shared by the world, whereby Ukraine was to disappear from the global map and the West being forced to reach an agreement with Russia. I cannot blame our partners and allies. We are very frank in discussions with them, and they are now rethinking and reconsidering their former approaches. But then, in February, March 2022, there was no sanction strategy whatsoever. It is still absent today, but the process of drawing this strategy has been launched, and we all understand that to Ukraine, the time is about victims and destruction from the Russian missiles. So the targeted and selective nature of the sanctions means that our allies haven't got the true picture of the Russian nature. And what needs to be changed is the philosophy of sanctions, from trying to show to Russia, to demonstrate to Russia that their behavior should change. That won't happen. To the understanding of the nature of sanctions as an economic warfare of the civilized world against the Russian neocolonialism and totalitarianism. And the transfer from civilization to global economy is the reality that we have to form together, to shape together, working together to promote this major premise. The sanctions policy was based on several approaches. First of all, these are the priorities vented several times by the US president, not to harm the West economies and populations, then reach agreement amongst allies about the sanctions and cause future, and I underscore future, losses to high-tech spheres of Russian industry. And the only systemic sanctions, in fact, adopted of late was in February 2022, banning the funding from financial markets to some of the banks and companies, and the freezing of Russian assets worth $300 billion. Then there was the decree of the U.S. authorities in December 2023 about the secondary sanctions, but they are not binding. They are recommendational in nature. Other sanctions in early 2022 pertained only to a number of large banks and quote-unquote oligarchs. That was promoted as sanctions from hell, and there was when well-known economists, global economists, saying that those were extremely potent sanctions that would break Russian economy immediately. But the Russian economy was finished in February 2022, and it doesn't matter what Western sanctions you might mean. It is indecent to trade with Russia. Russia pays in rubles where they needs to pay in dollars. The default is imminent, and at the end of 2022, the Russian economy will lose 20% of GDP, and some economists even forecasted 30%, but that's never happened. Ukraine was not occupied in 3 days. It still exists, and thanks to the Ukrainian people's bravery and support by our Western allies, we are still standing tall. And the Russian economy didn't fall. According to different estimates, 90% of the circumvention of sanctions goes via China and our Western friends did not decide to cut all Russian banks from SWIFT, and now they are creating their own SWIFT together with the BRICS countries. Since embargo of G7 and EU for the Russian oil was announced 6 months in advance, the global oil prices went up, and Russia earned an equivalent of its frozen assets, $300 billion. And over this transition period, a bit more than 6 months for oil and oil products, it reoriented its seaborne export to the east, and it expanded the volumes. The price cap was raised, and we warned about it from the very beginning. And since February 2023, the Russian president's ban to use not only price caps but even mentioning of the price cap in all oil contracts is still in force. At the very beginning of the large war, there was another negative trend. More than 6,000 international companies that worked in Russia looked for opportunities to sit on the fence without leaving the Russian market, and now they are also hostages and accomplices to the war crimes. Up to 30% of taxes that they pay to the federal budget of the Russian Federation can be used to replenish the war chest of the Russian Federation. And those companies that are still operating in Russia paid more than $20 billion into the Russian budget, which is sufficient to fund 2 months of the Russian war against Ukraine. And there's this issue of assessing economic capacity of Russia to continue the war. It's important to all of us. Russia banned the publication of all statistics relating to the war. And today, many of experts and economists, both domestically and in our partner states, fail to understand that given this pie genesis of the Russian leaders and their professional skills, you should appreciate that all of the officially published statistics are distorted. They are not true. So when we read in the Associated Press or from Bloomberg or from Reuters that something grew according to the Central Bank of Russia or according to their Ministry of Finance, it is laughable. It is ridiculous to us, because eventually it would turn out that those who fed these data to Reuters, Bloomberg, or the Associated Press was done by the Russian spies or by those who used to work in their central bank or the Ministry of Finance. So this is an economic issue, and I'm so sure that we've got economic experts in this network, and we can see that the data is lacking for fully fledged economic analysis, and those who are used to analyzing Russian economy based on the statistics presented on the websites of the central bank or the Ministry of Finance would fail to understand, to appreciate the true situation with the Russian economy. So in every focus of the Russia's capacity to continue the war should be revised over and over again. So during the war and before the war, we should focus on certain data, allowing us to answer the following question. How long will Russia be capable of waging this European war? And we don't have any reliable answer to that. And that makes planning any recovery, any reconstruction, any military and everyday life issues impossible. So sanctions have divided the global economy into three parts. Countries that support sanctions, countries that don't support sanctions, and the third group of countries are the new non-allied, quote-unquote, countries. I will give some statistics to you. Again, very important ones. According to the Strategy 21 Global Studies Center, Russia received from energy exports 60 to 68% of all their export revenues. Of those, 75% is not gas, is not coal or chemistry, it's oil and oil products or petri products. In April, we started analyzing not only their trade via the Black Sea, but also via the Baltic Sea. So 12 million tons from the Baltic Sea and 15 from the Black Sea. 153 million barrel of oil and oil products in both basins are worth $11 billion per month, or $130 billion per year, which exceeds all of the assistance provided to Ukraine, both to support our budget stability and our military effort. This should be brought to an end. The revisiting of the sanctions policy has started both in the USA and in Europe. And there's Daniel Fried, an independent expert who used to be in charge of sanctions in the State Department. And there's John Davis in the UK, who underscore today, for example, Mr. Fried says, we have to transfer from the targeted sanctions plus strategy to the strategy of embargo minus.
Which means embargo on everything, and then some exemptions for us. Atom, for instance, because you cannot do without uranium, and so on. Therefore, in our opinion, what we have to do is to be proactive. I mean, primarily the expert network, because we are more agile than the government and we are more capable of doing this. And the world already is getting to know that if Ukraine really wants something, it's getting it finally. And the javelin and other weapons are a good case in point. So we have to change the very purpose of sanctions. There should be an economic isolation of Russia from the civilized world, even if it ends up with a division of world economy. The tankers of Russia should be banned from carrying export oil and gas. Last month, 132 billion cubic meters of gas from Greece, and only 12% of that came from the offshore shadow jurisdictions. So all these shadow tankers operate pretty much like a shadow fleet, and we know each and every tanker involved in that. There are 7 districts of transshipment in the Mediterranean, in Atlantic, near Spain, and near our Romanian partners. There's 12-mile zone, and right beyond it, the roadstead transshipment comes from Novorossiysk. They transship it, they change the port of delivery, in the documents, and that's it. We suggest, apart from other things, to include into the sanction lists all, I repeat, all the tankers that carry Russian oil. Today, the EU spoke about 27 tankers. Americans sanctions 60 plus tankers. But you know how many of them are there? All in all, 150 per month from the Baltic Sea and more than 200 from the Black Sea. More from the Black Sea just because the ships are smaller there in terms of payload. So why is that effective in our opinion? Because sanctioned vessels cannot use services of the countries of the civilized world. They all go through straits, through Danish, British, and French straits, the Gibraltar, and the Turkish straits. They all pay money there for the passage and for the towing and for the piloting, for everything. So it should be stopped. And then they will go from Shanghai to Vladivostok, the way sanctioned tankers are doing now, as a matter of fact. So it's very important to synchronize the sanction lists of the US, Europe, and Ukraine. We compare things and we see that Eurocib companies are 3 times more numerous in our lists than in European or American lists of sanctions. But the countries exchange intelligence, they trust each other. So why don't we take a sanction dossier for Russian enterprises from the Ukrainian lists, communicate it to our friends in the US, and to introduce sanctions likewise. If something exists in the lists of one of the parties, of our partners, it should be likewise in the other sanction lists. We see what is happening in Europe now when any country proceeding from the interest of its own business, which still remains in Russia, that have plants in Russia and do not want to exit, they tend to block the approval of sanction lists in the EU, what they are doing actually. And in the meantime, the Russian economy is getting ready to withstand those sanctions. That's why a few weeks ago, Ukraine suggested to Mr. Sullivan, representative of the EU for sanctions, that we will have to introduce a European financial intelligence body to scrutinize all these issues related to sanctions. That should be just several dozens of people covering 5 countries or so. So that's the way we should go along. We have necessary competences for that. I may go into detail, in more detail, if you want, during the Q&A, but now I will give the floor to Mr. Mikhailo Honchar. I will stay here with your permission. We don't want to dominate this panel as co moderators, but we just want to make our case why it is necessary to go from selective sanctions to the policy of inflicting economical harm on Russia as the hub of the axis of evil. Why I emphasize that we should strike a blow on Russia's economy. There was a recent report of Makfol Yermak group, which says that the Russian economy is growing slower than it would have been the case without sanctions. But it is growing anyway, and this is absurd. It means that sanctions fail to work. They do work selectively, but by and large, the economy of Russia is growing. There can be some bloated figures coming from statistics of Russia about 2.5, 3.5% of growth. It may be even lower, but it is growing, period. On top of that, we see that the aggressiveness of Russian behavior is not going down, and not just in the context of Ukraine, but in general. That's why Senator Lindsey Graham, a few days ago, quite relevantly said that the fact that Putin was brave enough to conclude a security agreement with North Korea means that we have lost deterrence. Therefore, there should be a transition to a policy which would strike a blow on Russia's economy. You would have heard the figures. Very often we compare it with 2022, when there was a peak of sanctions, and but some people say that they had a drop of 40% and so on. Yes, there was a drop in comparison with the peak point, but what they get now by way of their revenues is quite enough for them to continue prosecuting the war and to continue this war at the center of Europe in the future. In 2005, as I can remember, roughly at this time, in Razumkov Center, together with one German think tank, held a conference on Russia, and at one panel I said that an oil embargo should be imposed in Russia. 2015 that was, and a German member of that meeting said that that would be too radical and even extremist. Why do we need that if we already have a Minsk agreement and the Minsk process is well underway, so there's no need for that? That was back in 2015. Let's rewind further back and imagine what would have happened if we had introduced this embargo. I think there wouldn't have been what happened in 2022. But since that was not done at that time, and it was done finally in 2022, the effect of that measure was much more limited, because the intervening period was a kind of inoculation for Russia, which made her immune to sanctions. That's why, in comparison with the sanctions against Iran and North Korea, Russia is quite good at taking this blow. So we need to hit harder the economy of Russia in that respect. If we take $80 per barrel as an average price, and the production cost of Russian oil stands at about $20 per barrel. So basically, we need to aim the sanction policy in the oil sector in such a manner that those $60 per barrel would not come to Russia's revenues. As we see, the price cap is not working because $60 is kind of a ceiling, but that even with that price, that would be enough to replenish the budget of the war for the Russian Federation, at least at a low level. Therefore, there should be a drop about some 75% in oil revenues for Russia. Only that would be more or less effective. What I would like to suggest in terms of what we work out together with Andri's Institute. Today or tomorrow, the Council of the European Union is expected. It has already been taken. The decision has been taken already. I mean, the selection of the tanker fleet going through the Danish Straits. I think that decision would not have been possible if Russia had not made that step towards revising maritime borders in the Baltics area. That was a revolutionary decision. The question is how it's going to be enforced. Anyway, this is a step in the right direction. It's necessary but not sufficient. What else should be done? And this is just an idea for further discussion. We noted that the Russian companies complain that payments for oil are being delayed some 2 to 3 weeks. And therefore, this creates a cash gap for Russians. Let's make this cash gap last for 180 to 270 days, because 1 month is not enough. Maybe colleagues will dwell upon on how this could be done. We should inflict a deficit of money for money, because now they work as they go along, as they from hand to mouth. They receive the revenues which they use straight away for the war needs, and we need to break that cycle for them. If we think about an axis of evil, there is one more hidden aspect of that axis, OPEC plus, which, well, if you take OPEC in itself, it will not be able to dictate what the world oil market should be like, but OPEC plus would be able to provide this diktat on the oil market of the world. Several years ago, Mario Draghi came out as the author of an idea to set up a cartel of consumers as a counterbalance to the cartel of producers of oil. Some people said that that was an anti-market approach, but that would have been a case of creating a cartel against another cartel, especially as Russia is using OPEC Plus in order to destabilize the world oil market and to keep the prices of oil at a high level. And finally, two more points. Andriy spoke about sanctions against Rosatom.
That's extremely important. One can sanction Rosatom already now, and UK partners have started this tendency. And the very approach to sanctions against Rosatom is not quite reasonable. People are speaking about nuclear energy, about developing nuclear fuel and sending it to other countries of the world. But Rosatom is first and foremost about the military defense base. In Rosatom, they employ more than 337,000, up to 400,000 people. And the largest cluster is nuclear with 87,600 employees. The overall man count, according to their official reports, for 2023 is 337 to 400,000 people. The corporate cluster of nuclear armaments complex is 87,600 employees, whereas the energy sector is only 63,500 people. So when one buys nuclear reactors, nuclear fuel, nuclear services from Rosatom, it means that the money goes to fund the nuclear weapons sector of the Russian Federation, because everything pertaining to nuclear weapons is carried out by Rosatom. And out of those 435 companies under the roof or under the umbrella of Rosatom work there. That's why one should understand that the West and other countries, of course, are funding the nuclear saber rattling by the Russian Federation. And at the very end, when we speak about high-tech exports to Russia and circumvention or stepping aside the sanction regime. Back in 2023, supported by the Renaissance Foundation, we conducted research whereby we insisted that the operation of the Multilateral Coordination Export Control Committee should be put or reinstated in place. That used to work from 1940 to 1994, and now American allies have started discussing it about the STATCOM 2. Without that, COCOM 2. Without that, we will keep finding spare parts manufactured not only in China and Taiwan, but also in Western countries in destroyed military equipment of the Russian armed forces. So those are the approaches to the necessary transition to the total economic isolation and breaking of the Russian Federation. Thank you very much. Now over to you, people. Questions, comments? You've heard our radical approach. Is it acceptable, do you think? We will be insisting, we, the security section and sanctions section of the expert network, will be insisting on such changes. But are there any volunteers to support us? Good afternoon. I'm always standing by you, even when I sit here. Dear colleagues, will you understand that it requires a very radical change in the economic policies of the Western countries, and that should be consolidated and concerted approach. Do you think the collective West is prepared to do that? Because they also profit from circumventing sanctions. Do you think that Western politicians are prepared to be as radical as you are? Are they our like-minded colleagues, do you think? Particularly when it comes to the top decision makers. Thank you. I would like Dmytro Shulga to respond to this question, if you may, please. Yep. Mr. Shulga, now or later? Okay. We can take several questions at a time, and then our panelists will respond. I am Olga Matyushina from Sofia Democracy Studies Center. We are a well-known NGO. We've been working in this area since 2014, and we analyze the sanction policies of different countries. And the very recent research concerned Turkey, and that's the most interesting case. Turkish Stream 2, Bosphorus, and rebranding of goods that Turkey would then send over to Russia. In the Baltic Sea, there are other security challenges, and the question is not so much about diplomatic relations, but about insurance of those cargoes. And a lot of countries are willing to insure these cargoes, and those are primarily the UK companies. And as long as insurance is available, the people would be wishing, willing, and prepared to trade. Yeah, there's a link between the straits, passage through straits, and insurance. You come from Sofia. Yes, I've been working for this center for 2 years now. Bulgaria had an exemption from the sanctions policy, and now it withdrew from this exemption, and it even stopped accepting or receiving Russian tankers prior to the dead dead term. So now, as our Foreign Minister Kuleba said, now everyone is talking to everyone, but we should all be speaking in one voice. So, and we should be promoting this idea that as long as all exports of Russia are passed through Turkey, the war would continue. And then all calculations about reintegration, the return of Crimea, the revival, recovery, and reconstruction would fail. So let us exchange contacts, and I think that Bulgarian experience should be followed. Yeah, thank you. We insisted on that, worked with the oil refinery in Bulgaria for them to stop export and re-export of Russian oil for cracking. The Ruslan Stefanov Center is one of our long-standing partners, and the Turkish context is extremely important when we speak about the policy of global and total economic isolation. We speak about Western countries, but Turkey is a different case. Answering your question whether the Western partners are prepared for this total isolation, no, they aren't. But I gave you the example of 2015, and they had to follow suit. So now we want to encourage them to revise their approaches, because it is beneficial not only to Ukraine but to the West as well. This Turkish case is also important in that Turkey is the largest importer of Russian petrol products via the Black Sea. More than 60% goes to Turkey itself. They expanded the volume of their imports threefold. Why? So they repackage this oil, and then under the Turkish flag, they would export that to the EU member states. We raised this issue with Sullivan from Brussels, not from the US. And when we frankly confronted him about it, saying that we believe that the EU has got plenty of opportunities to call Turkey to answer, because the EU is the largest market for Turkey. So we have to talk to them very frankly. And we should remember that, and I emphasized that at all of our meetings with the Turkish colleagues and with the Crimean Tatars who currently reside in Turkey. Ukrainians might cease to see Turkey as a friend in this context, because with its oil imports, they play into the hands of Putin. And that's when we speak about petro products. We understand that the EU member states do not accept any oil via the Baltic Sea routes, but from St. Petersburg through Gibraltar, it goes to oil refineries in Turkey. And we have to raise this issue every time we can do that, publicly and non-publicly. we should discuss it with the expert community in Turkey and with their diplomats and governmental officials. And last question, and then we should give the floor to the panelists. I understand, yeah. One more question, please. Good afternoon, Igor Blilan, Detector Media. My question is about sanctions against the Russian propaganda machine. We understand that those who launched aggression against Ukraine back in 2014, representatives of the occupation administration in Crimea and propagandists in Russia today should all be held accountable. Perhaps that would be the question to Andriy. We work with companies, with the tanker fleet, and with other actors as well. Okay, I will answer. Yes, Andriy Kononenko, please. Quite recently, I had an honor to present to the general public a joint study by Detector Media and some of our foreign partners about the media landscape in the occupied territories. And we mentioned about 700 propagandists of different levels, starting with the traitors, Ukrainian traitors, with the Russians who were sent to control the information warfare in the occupied territories. And at the very end of my presentation, I said, these materials have been handed over to our colleagues in the security service of Ukraine. They are investigating these facts further, and that will be the under the water part of the iceberg, because all of those cases have to be properly investigated. All of the evidence gathered, and it's not only about sanctions, it's also about criminal justice. We will continue this work, and I'm very thankful to all of our colleagues, including in Detector Media, for all of the materials that they can share with us. Thank you.
I am one of the initiators of that study. This work is extremely important, for us and for our foreign partners. Tomorrow we're going to have a special panel on that, but the media cover very little what's going on in Crimea, and the international audience, therefore, knows very little about what is happening there. As regards what's happening there, we primarily get the news from intelligence. I will give the floor to Katerina Yarysko, who has been working on this for many years. She's monitoring 24/7 the illegal grain export from the Crimea, and this is basically a shadow fleet, pure and simple. Good afternoon. Please switch on the presentation. We're going to speak about grain today, even though this is not the only commodity that goes through occupied Ukrainian ports. But the topic of grain is so much spoken about and widely covered that it doesn't even need to be proved that Russia is stealing our grain. This is common knowledge. So now about the current status of this problem. The problem is growing, and we can say that if in 2022 about 1 million tons of grain was taken out, in 23 more than 2 million, and now it is being taken out of Ukraine not less than in 2023. more like most probable that even more. And we see that more and more vessels are being added to those carrying our grain. In particular, Russia moved a lot of merchant ships from the northern fleet, from the cities Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, about 10 vessels, and some 30 to 40 ships which deal with the taking out our grain on a regular basis. This is a problem. Briefly about our organization, we operate since 2016. We monitor the Crimean ports. We write about that. There's a huge body of expertise which we've formed, and it helps us in our work. When I say that this is common knowledge, this is largely due to the investigative journalism. I can tell you as a teacher, we don't have any other case like the one related to grain, when so many journalists and their powerful investigative teams get involved, carry out their own independent investigations using their own resources, using their own methods. This helped us a lot to disseminate that information. So every time an investigation is put out, a huge media campaign accompanies it when it is covered in the news, in various media, and so on. By way of example, my friend came to Berlin, and he was in a cab, and the driver was from Iran, and he said that he was from Ukraine, and the driver said, "Oh, that's the country that Russia stole grain from." So it is largely known. So criminal proceedings are put in place about the arrest of those vessels. Investigations are underway, but this is done by journalists, not the state. And I can tell you that whatever is being done now is not efficient, because we see that the scope of the volumes of grain taken out of Ukraine is even growing. One might think that we cannot do anything, but I can show you a few cases which show that it's not that way, and that we have something to be proud of. Like GPS spoofing, for instance, is a good case in point. You can see a runway of the Simferopol airport, and there are a lot of vehicles there, including those that carry grain. And all those pictures show that there is no security and safety of shipping in the Black Sea region. And the countries which are called Black Sea states, and others which are engaged in one way or another, would have to react to that somehow, because we have international organizations dealing with maritime security. They keep churning out resolutions, but in the meantime, the situation is getting worse and worse. Another case, a ship set out in August 22 from left from Syria, and we actually forecast the route. it went to Romania. It was maintained there, got new certificates, and came to Sebastopol to take grain. And all our attempts to preclude that did not work. And therefore, we do have something to complain about the state bodies which would have to be responsible for that, but they simply didn't react in any manner. There is a ship which is documented in the video. There is a body of evidence where everything is ascertained. That was ascertained at the time when the ship set set off. The main two tracks for ships like that primarily go through Syria and sometimes Iran. The ships go through Turkish Straits, through the Aegean Sea, through the Mediterranean, and if it is Iran, the Suez Channel as well. And nobody ever tried to interfere into this situation. But stealing grain is a criminal act. If we recall the large-scale Nibulon Ukrainian company, which had a lot of facilities in the south of Ukraine, we know that a lot of those assets have simply been stolen. Other assets are being used by collaborators, but one way or another, Ukrainian grain illegally crosses Ukrainian borders, which is actually smuggling. We have mandates in the Mediterranean, mandates of NATO and other organizations which are supposed to counteract smuggling, but they don't do anything. Just observe what's happening. Now about Turkey, you would recall that there was a huge explosion in Feodosia. There was a Syrian vessel there which was being loaded with sunflower seeds. After that, it delivered it to Turkish Samsun port and unloaded without any problem, even though it was shown in all the videos, and we proved that those sunflower seeds came from the Ukrainian city of Melitopol. Still nothing happened. You see a document on the form of a British company. It's Syrian actually, but it has an office and is based in Britain. And still, Britain didn't do anything to preclude that. The ship came to Chernomorsk, unloaded, came to the port Bortin, switched off the responders, loaded, and went all the way to Sebastopol. Katerina, I'd like to pose a question to the audience. And by the way, before the occupation, the figures were 2 to 3 million tons. Before the large-scale war, from 3 to 400,000 tons was taken out of Crimea. So basically, we're talking about grain from Crimea, Kherson Oblast, and the neighboring area. So the question is, what to do about it? In the Mediterranean, there are two maritime naval missions. One is American, the other one is European. There are military warships there, and the mandate of that mission is to combat contraband and trafficking of illegal migrants and drugs. The inside information says that when our diplomats and the military asked our Western partners, why don't you detain them? This is basically within your mandate. Do you know what they answered? They said, we're afraid of escalation. That was the answer. So that fear of escalation is the name of the game. Near Syria, there's a detachment of Russia's navy. So, what would you say to our European and American partners hearing such a answer on their part? Is there anything else you would like to add, Katerina? I'd like to finish off on a upbeat note. When the ship was loaded in Sevastopol and came to Venezuela, and that for about a month it is floating near the destination port and does not enter it. So there are a lot of levers that can be used to make a difference, but unfortunately, that's not happening. Well, maybe grain brings in less revenues to Russia than oil, but this is a crime that the whole world community should fight. Otherwise, we'll be just observing it, and that's it. We have been fighting against shadow traffic of Turkey with Katerina since 2014 and 15. The shadow fleet does operate. So this begs the question, is Turkey a friend of ours or an enemy? Thank you.
Yeah, so over to you. Questions, ideas, Valentina, Samarina? Valentina Samar, Crimean Investigative Journalism Center. I would like to add that not only grain, but also iron ore is being grabbed from the ports, not only in Crimea, but also on the Sea of Azov in Berdyansk and Mariupol. Last year and this year, a lot of work is going on in the territory of the ports and the shallow waters, and the pirate fleet of Russia is in full swing there. They transport grain, ores, white clay, etc. So they have got a whole flotilla of such vessels, but they are not under sanctions. We identified some of them, and in addition to GPS spoofing, they violate the International Convention on Safety. They switch on off ice, and one should actually do something with it. Not only International Maritime Organization, but other law enforcement, international law enforcement authorities should be doing that. So not only the captain, but also the vessel owners should be held accountable. Companies should be sanctioned, and they should be part of 60 plus vessels interdicted from all of the ports. You say that they can be transshipping things on the raid, but the not only tankers, but also bulk tankers carrying grain should be part of this sanctioned list. And very little is being done about the ports of the Sea of Azov. much more should be done, both in Ukraine and internationally. And I fully support the rebooting of global sanctions policy, but the national one should also be revised and enhanced. The only thing that we've observed of late is the state register of sanctions. We still lack sufficient sanction law. The bill that has been, or the draft bill that has been discussed broadly, is in the presidential administration, but never got to parliament. Then synchronizing the lists of sanctioned subjects should also be revised. And the list of sanctions themselves. We've got 25 types of sanctions, more than in any other country, including the EU member states. But we should speak the same language with our Western partners, be on the same page. Otherwise, the rebooting will have no sense whatsoever. I cannot hear that, sorry. Yaroslava, once you're ready, I'll give the floor to you. While Yaroslava is taking the mic, I will tell you this. Let us bring all of the materials in one file and approach the EU leaders, the pertinent commission or directorate, and let us contact Mediterranean NATO Command to, again, initiate some of the movement in this domain as well. And the Minister of Economy, when it comes to the sanctions policy, is in charge of coordinating sanctions policy across the government. There's the Interagency Working Group on Sanctions Policy. It is an advisory body with the membership of most of the public authorities, then representatives of the intelligence community, law enforcement authorities, and this interagency working group has proven to be a fairly effective tool of sanctions policy. I heard a question from the audience about the propagandist Russian propagandists, and that was the first initiative put forward by the Interagency Working Group. And we applied those sanctions to more than 600 people. We also seize assets of the Russian Federation subjects in different areas. We analyze and shape proposals on seizure of those assets. 40% of the recent sanctions packages against Russia were based on Ukrainian proposals. Russia is a leading country in terms of sanctions against it. And I agree with the previous speakers in that the sanctions policy should have been as proactive back in 2014. With that, we would have been in a much better world today. The Minister of Economy actively cooperates with other executive authorities, central executive authorities, to develop amendments to the sanctions legislation. One of the important elements in this work would be the introduction of culpability for circumventing sanctions and avoiding sanction regime. And I also agree that the unification or approximation of Ukrainian legislation to that of the EU is important. Ukrainian law is a bit different. What we see as violation of the sanction regime in Ukraine would not be even considered a misdemeanor in the EU member states, or will be seen as, say, an administrative offense. Working on introducing sanctions and enhancing sanction regime is underway, and we have to collect a reliable and credible evidence to boost and to actually beef up the sanction packages. I do agree that the economic warfare is a very powerful tool and measure, but we should be better prepared to economic warfare as to any other type of warfare. So our bullets here, our armament here should be very powerful. And we should look towards the countries that can suffer from the introduced bans and limitations. Some countries that do not support sanctions should be approached. We have to negotiate things with them. There are economic losses resulting from the sanctions, and full embargo, total embargo is perhaps the right track, but the countries should come prepared. I do agree that there should be more of sanctions, and they should affect each economic sphere in the Russian Federation. It is a very effective tool. Engage us. We would be prepared to provide you with evidence. We also heard that the 14th sanctions package has been introduced. The Ministry of Economy, together with our partners and other ministries, contributed to it. More than 116 persons, both legal and natural, have been affected. And the target is to be found in the energy, in finance, in transportation, and in raw materials or commodities in the Russian Federation. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, we still have 15 minutes to go. We were given an additional 15 minutes. We started later, you know. I would like to give the floor now to Dmytro Shulha. How would you comment on all of what you've heard? Good afternoon. I think we are here absolutely in concert. We all believe that sanctions should be part of the war, because you cannot win a war if you do not try to do so. If it is a large-scale war, if it is the multifaceted war, if it is the war of attrition, then economy is the cornerstone of our effort in this war. The economic power, stability, and resilience is what both countries are fighting for. We are supported by our Western allies, but thinking about our own resilience, we should also think of how to fight with the Russian economy. And we should always think whether our Western partners are prepared for the total economic war. They are not prepared for this total embargo. Had they been prepared, then they would have stopped their trade with Russian Federation long ago. That's a difficult task, and it's a challenge to all of us. How to choose our strategy correctly, being aware that we won't have what we desire very soon. It is a strategic goal, but we should be moving towards it step by step. What should be the priorities? What should be the priority partners? What should be the champions of Ukraine in that? Of late, we've seen a number of very positive steps towards this goal, and we should approach that positively, I think, with positive thinking. We've seen the U.S. sanctions against the financial system of the Russian Federation. Those were not aligned with the sanctions of the EU countries, but the Moscow exchange stopped trading not only in dollars but in euros as well. And that was a ripple effect of the sanctions introduced by the U.S., wasn't it? Now, the 14th package, if you look at what has been published, is not as ambitious as we would like to see it, but it does cover 27 vessels for illegal transportation of stolen Ukrainian grain. And we've seen a certain progress here. But nonetheless, we have to do more. We have to get a better grasp of the situation. That's what Andriy started this panel with his introductory remark. We should have a clear picture of what's going on in the Russian economy and trade, including foreign trade. You cannot trust Russian stats, but we can get intelligence. And our Western partners can get access to the stats of the trade partners of the Russian Federation. That would be the indirect, but say proxy indication of the true situation with the Russian economy. We should also appreciate the situation in the global markets. The situation in the global oil market, the issues with OPEC plus, all of those are very important and sensible issues for our partners. We understand that nobody will take any radical steps before the U.S. elections. We heard the statements about the Ukrainian blows against the oil refineries in Russia, with concerns that it can affect the petrol prices in the USA. Yeah, very strange causative consecutive links here. One should understand that sanctions taken by the US or the EU member states are decisions of their respective governments based on their own economic and political analysis.
That's something we have to be aware of if we want to find arguments about how to make a difference. Well, I'm waiting for you to say that the network of your world partners includes hundreds of organizations in hundreds of countries. So we have to pool efforts and engage this network of including charitable organizations, to improve the situation. I agree with what you said about Americans. Churchill famously said, Americans always take the right decision, but only after they've tried all the wrong ones. So maybe they should be somehow persuaded that what they're doing now is the wrong decision. I think there should be a proper time coming for them to take the right decision. I cannot consider myself an expert on the oil market, but some experts say that next year the tendency will be such that the supply on the market of oil will be larger next year. Maybe that will prod governments of some countries to uh, take certain steps. But we're not talking just about oil, even though that accounts for the largest revenues. But there are a lot of markets in which the European Union is very dependent on Russia in many commodities. And we need to engage with Europeans to solve this issue. If we are talking about pig iron and steel, Ukraine can actually replace Russia on the international market if our Western partners are afraid of losing this market. But our foreign partners and ourselves, we work a lot. The partnership network is really huge, and not everyone knows the others. That's why meetings like today's are very useful to better understand what the others are doing. Not everything of what we do is in the public realm. That's why sometimes we have to get together and exchange information in order to properly pool our efforts. Well, I see that Dmitro is on the right track. I give the floor to Andriy Kononenko. General, what's your take on what we've been discussing and your proposals? Thank you for this opportunity to somehow sum up what has been said in our conversation. I'd like to tell you about how the National Security and Defense Council is working in that respect, but I decided against it because basically I think the best way to go about it is to hear each other out, to work out a well-balanced decision, and then to communicate it for approval of the National Security and Defense Council. That's basically what we do in concert with other state bodies of power. We have an increasing cooperation with non-governmental sector, by the way, with experts from different areas of expertise. There's no such a thing as extra information. Any piece of information is useful and should be utilized. And a few words about the sanction policy and how it should be rebooted or further developed, if you will. Is Russia destroying our economy? Yes, it is. And not by economic means, by purely military means. Do we have to respond to that? Of course we do. And here I would focus our attention on 2 points. First of all, we should reduce the possibilities for Russia to produce everything that they use against Ukraine. I mean, missiles, guided aerial bombs, and artillery shells. Do we have any progress that way? Well, if Russia had to go and bow their head to North Korea begging for weapons, that's probably one of the results of our efforts. Another strategic point that we have to focus on is to reduce the strategic economic potential of Russia. Our Western partners are afraid of escalation. Yes, they are. Are they afraid of destabilization in Russia? Yes, they are. So this is something we have to work on. We have to provide well-verified information with a proven body of evidence, and we have to persuade them making our case to change their policy. That's the way we should proceed, understanding that each and every country primarily is guided by its own interests. I'm not saying that this is good or bad. This is just a statement of fact, and we have to live with that. So once again, thank you for your attention. Thank you for the questions. And I am very grateful to the organizers for the invitation and for the opportunity to express my personal opinion and the opinion of the National Security and Defense Council on the issues discussed. I think we should probably gather those who are so much afraid of escalation and to take them all to Kharkiv. You know, they are afraid, really. They fear. Half of the embassies are based in Warsaw. So probably we should make a trip for them to go to Kharkiv, spend some time in the shelter. Maybe that would put their brains to right somehow. It's very convincing. We have to understand that all our talks about reintegration of territories, deoccupation, human rights, and so on, they can be actualized only and if the Russian driving locomotive of war machinery stops operating. That's why, together with our colleagues on this panel, we will prepare a package of information with good statistics that could be used by the Commission of the Cabinet of Ministers. All of you have hundreds of meetings held annually with diplomats, with civic society, with experts. You travel, you host meetings. You have to try to be heard. We have to tell them that we are talking with you about a future reintegration of Crimea, but for that to happen, please tell your politicians that the oil tap should be turned off for Russia. We should pull a plug on them, oil-wise. Otherwise, the war will be going on as long as Russia has an opportunity to export oil, gas, and petroleum products. That would drag on for years and years. The revolutionary ideas would be very welcome. We love bold ideas, so please raise the bar of our demands, and then we will try to counterbalance this with the realities. You said quite rightly that Ukrainians can achieve a lot when they really want to. Who would have imagined that one day we would receive such serious weapons as we receive now? So all the revolutionary ideas that you might come up with, we will only welcome that. Today we had a meeting in a narrow circle of governmental officials. We spoke about how to revitalize our engagement with them, how to make our cooperation more efficient. The Deputy Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council has mentioned that. So let us pool our efforts in the areas which actually require our joint work, because this is absolutely paramount. Thank you all. Stay in touch. Dear panel.
and moderator Ludmila Korotkih, manager of the Crimean Tatar Resource Center. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. A very brief announcement. We will have several speakers in English. And if you need headphones for simultaneous interpretation, please make sure that you've got them. So the topic is Russian armed aggression against Ukraine and the inclusion of indigenous peoples in the peace-building process. It is my great pleasure to introduce our panelists to you. It's Rifat Chubarev, chairman of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. Then Saliman Mamutov, member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. He represents Ukraine in this institution. Then there is Iskander Bariev, head of the board of the Crimean Tatar Resource Center, and he is member of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. We also have with us online 3 speakers, amongst whom there's Olena Arbaji, head of the National Cultural Karaite Society Jamaat, a great friend of Ukraine and Crimean Tatar people, Oliver Lauder. He was member of the UN Permanent Forum under the Indigenous Issues in 2014-2016, and he's head of the NGO Uralic, and also another representative of the Global Indigenous Peoples Alliance, Bina Lakshmi Nepram. She is senior advisor on indigenous issues, United States Institute of Peace. She's also the co-founder of Indigenous Peace Builders, Negotiators and Mediators. And I would like to start our discussion with the following. The Crimea is unique in many respects. One of the things that makes it very special to all of us is that there are 3 indigenous people of Ukraine residing there with their unique culture and with their exceptional value for Ukraine as a state. So this panel will be built as follows. We will have 2 rounds of questions to every panelist. In the first part, we will be speaking about the issues faced by the indigenous people of Ukraine today and the need for the support by the international global network of indigenous people. And in the second round, we will be discussing the lessons that we have to learn from the current situation and how we can engage indigenous people in peace-building processes, particularly in our effort to achieve sustainable peace, and why the right to self-determination is key to it. First of all, the floor would be given to you, Iskander Bariev. Could you give us an overview of the trends in the violation of the indigenous people's rights that they encounter in Ukraine? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. In the previous panel, we had a question about the judgment of the International Court of Justice. And a part of this judgment was about 2 conventions. First, funding of terrorism, and then the Convention on the ban on racial discrimination. And we see that a lot of people are dissatisfied with this judgment. We don't know whether any political processes had an impact on that judgment, but we have to discuss it and we have to collect high-quality, credible evidence to prove our point at various international platforms. These discrimination processes are taking place in the Crimea vis-à-vis ethnic Ukrainians and indigenous people and Ukrainian citizens of other descents who reside in Crimea. So I would go even further, saying that our experts legally qualified that at the beginning of the occupation, the process of deportation of Crimean Tatar people that dates back to 1944 had not been completed. And with the beginning of the occupation, the discrimination was renewed vis-à-vis the Crimean Tatars. And the statistics speaks for itself. I will characterize the trends that we've observed and documented since 2014 and later since 2022. Now to figures. Now, according to the Crimean Tatar Resource Center, 317 individuals have been persecuted under criminal law. We are not speaking about criminal prosecution. Out of those 317, 217 are against the Crimean Tatars. Now in detention or places of detention are 204 individuals. These are political prisoners. Of those, in remand prisons and in prison colonies, there are 204, as I said, and we classify those groups in order to see how we can support them differently. Out of 204, 133 are representatives of the Crimean Tatar people. 2 days ago, we learned that one of the political prisoners who had stayed in the Russian prison for 7 years and 1 month managed to reach out to the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation to reduce his imprisonment for 8 months. So he has been released from prison now. Now, speaking about collective rights and violations thereof, I can tell you that over all these years, over this decade, a lot has happened. In 2016, the occupying authorities banned the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. And in 2017, there was an interim judgment by the International Court of Justice saying or reading that the Russian Federation should lift this ban on the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people because that violated the right of the indigenous people for self-governance and self-determination in contravening of the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples. When we speak about the freedom of expression and freedom of the media, then again, when the occupation began back in 2014, the Crimean Tatar outlets were the first to be closed down because they were independent. And the occupying authorities closed down almost every outlet, every media of the Crimean Tatar people. We have the documented evidence only when the courts actually prohibited the political prisoners to speak Crimean Tatar as their native language, as their mother tongue. And sometimes they purposefully served them with pork, knowing that Crimean Tatars were Muslims. And then they tried to close down Crimean Tatar schools or schools with the Crimean Tatar language of instruction. 2 of them had been closed, but then, thanks to the very active civil activities and activism. They didn't close those schools, but they closed some of the Crimean Tatar classes, whereas before the occupation there were 348 such classes. In April 2019, they closed down more than 200 of those. And in the village of Grushevka, they actually closed down the Crimean Tatar Cultural Center. So we are observing all of those processes. When they can't close down the school, they still call them schools with Crimean Tatar language of instruction de jure, but de facto the instruction is in Russian.
So this is discrimination, pure and simple. On the other hand, I mentioned people who are prosecuted on political grounds. And the third point is about tendencies. When we speak about tendencies, from the beginning of large scale, from the beginning of the occupation, the Russians started applying the Russian legislation, opening criminal cases on Hizb ut-Tahrir organization, and many people who have nothing to do with this organization were prosecuted. There were also persecutions on the events of the 26th of February, and that was the protest organized by the Majlis of Crimean Tatars. Russians also persecute people allegedly for espionage or subversive actions, and the court of the Russian Federation proclaimed the Crimean Tatar battalion as a terrorist organization. In 2016, most of the arrests were about people belonging to this battalion. So people who were arrested were primarily Crimean Tatars. And that was done on the newly occupied territories, including Kherson and Zaporizhia oblasts. That's why we started documenting all those cases and alerting the international community about all those processes. On top of that, the Russians are trying to destroy the cultural heritage of the Crimean Tatars. We know about the Bakhchisarai Palace and the so-called restoration works, during which the Russians destroy authentic artifacts of the Crimean Tatars, or during construction works in the city of Simferopol, at the place where a palace of Khalkhat Sultan existed and a mosque of Miglihirai stood. So we can provide numerous examples of such things happening. And I also would like to draw your attention to the fact that after the ruling of the International Court of Justice, they started persecuting the staffers of Kurultai Majlis. And since February 2022, they started mass searches at the domicile places of Kurultai Majlis organizations, which means that the persecution of the Crimean Tatars is going full blast. Thank you very much for this overview of the current situation. Well, it's true that the Crimean Tatars was a kind of nucleus of resistance in Crimea, and the policy of racial discrimination and persecution resulted from the fact that not just the political leadership, but people at large resisted the occupation. We know what happened on the newly occupied territories in 2022 in Zaporizhia and Kherson, regions where Crimean Tatars also reside. And the Russian authorities, once they occupied those territories, started persecuting primarily Crimean Tatars. One of the largest and strongest challenges that the indigenous people encounter And this is not a unique case because many indigenous people across the world encounter that. It is forced conscription, which is basically a targeted policy of genocide against these people. Mr. Chubarov, I'd like to ask you how this makes an impact on the Crimean Tatars, how does this jeopardize these people, and what can be done to save them? Thank you very much. Well, look, if you put yourselves in the shoes of those who were not able to be on their native land for half a century, and then you came back after long years of ordeal and trials. So you came to your native land. You have barely settled down, and on your native land you are in absolute minority. You can imagine how awful it is when you stand against an horde of barbarians on top of all that. Basically, what the Russian aggressors are doing in Crimea now, we can describe this by two words: Russification and annihilation. Russification of the Crimea, the area around it, Russification of everyday life of the people, and annihilation of anything that stands in the way of interests of indigenous people. Well, they're not beginners in that respect, because that has been going on against the Crimean Tatars for the last 240 years, since the first invasion of the Crimea. I can give you several illustrations of how this happens and how the Russians are trying to show that the Crimea is an indigenous Russian land. You would be aware of what they do in that respect, and they go, well, over the top with that. What they do is they try to make a mark whatever they can lay their hands off. For instance, they established a park named after Zhirinovsky at the center of Simferopol. Within 23 years of Ukraine's independence, we, with great effort, managed to open schools with Tatar language of schooling. The Russians say now that the schooling now is in the Tatar language, in Ukrainian, and Russian. Well, as regards the Ukrainian language, they closed down all the schools with Ukrainian language schooling right away. What do they do with the Crimean Tatar language schools? They use their legislation as a cover, and basically the Crimean Tatars, Crimean Tatar schools exist where Crimean Tatars densely populate the area. And then for instance, Russians apply to join that school. Like in one place there were five schools, and 3 Russian language and 2 Crimean Tatar. If you have the Russian language schools classes or in schools with schooling in Crimean Tatar, then they keep complaining that everything is written down on the walls in the Crimean Tatar. The children do not understand, and then they start complaining about all the documents written in the Crimean Tatar. And within 1 year, this mixed kind of school is turned into a purely Russian language school. And everything in the Crimean Tatar language is being disregarded. We are dealing with an artificial displacement of people. They had barely come to their native land, and they had barely settled down and managed to surround themselves with everything which would help them go on. But then you are being diluted with thousands of other nationalities, primarily Russians, and that's it. They're also impacting the mentality of people, primarily children. This is the 11th year of occupation, and it makes itself felt, especially when the Russians want to reformat the awareness of school children and ruin their identity. What can be done to prevent that? Documenting all those cases, we need to somehow come up with an antidote against what is going on in the Crimea now. And to ask a question, how are we going to revive all that and further develop it when the right time comes? In the morning, we had a meeting with another panel of experts, and it was said that a great share of responsibility for that lies with the Ukrainian government. And we all, the government and the civil society, are to be aware of this. In Ukraine, the society is really powerful and plays an important role. And when we speak about what's going on in Crimea, we have to work out the mechanisms to rehabilitate the Crimean Tatar population once the Crimea is liberated. And before that happens, we need to work out the right decisions which would help us to not lose time when the Crimea is freed. And this is not just about the Crimean Tatars. Hundreds of thousands of people are looking forward to Crimea being liberated from the Russians. They have not resigned themselves with the occupation. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians as well, and we need to work out the solutions which would make it possible for people to come back to the legal mainstream and framework, so that during the first years of reintegration we would not lose them. We need to do some preliminary preparatory work right now for the sake of the people who are surviving the Crimea now. I mean, the teachers, medical workers, people who work at utility companies, and so on and so forth. In our society, those who make decisions should somehow try to put themselves in the shoes of Ukrainians who live in the Crimea now and do everything possible to survive, hoping that the mainland Ukraine will liberate them somehow. Thank you. Yes, a lot has to be done before the Crimea is deoccupied to make sure that the process of reintegration is successful. We will discuss this further. As I said before, we have three indigenous people in Ukraine. We're very close to each other, but each of us has its own identity and culture, and each of these peoples are very valuable for Ukraine.
And now I would like to give the floor to Olena Arazbarji for her to tell us about the challenges that her people, Karaite people, are facing today. I understand that you can't share everything with us, but still, whatever you can would be treasured. Salam alaikum. My warmest greetings from Zaporizhia, from Hortitsa, from the Karaite community in Ukraine. I'm here to support Ukraine, to support this forum. We are not alone in our desire to be free and independent and to fight against the Russian aggression. In 2016, we established the Cultural Karaite Society, and we work to bring the Karaite community together, to unite them. According to the Ukrainian law, Krimchaks, Karaites, and Crimean Tatars were recognized indigenous people of Ukraine, and this was an act of historical justice for which we are thankful. In the 21st century, we, a very small Karaite people, have faced tragic fate because our motherland, with our religious, cultural, and historical sacred places, was lost to us. We lost a connection with our country, particularly after the aggression all-out war of 2022. I had to leave Crimea. I had to flee the occupation. Now my fellow citizens are scattered all over the world, and they have this experience of living under their occupation. And Mr. Chubarov said that over the decade, the situation has changed dramatically for the indigenous people in Crimea. And now we face this secondary occupation in Zaporizhia and Kherson regions. And now this occupation has become even more brutal than in Crimea. All of the processes of enforced passportization, etc., have sped up. Our society is working to improve the communication of Karaites in Ukraine. We know all of them who live in Kharkiv and Galich and Kiev and Mykolaiv and other cities and villages. Those who live abroad, we support Karaites morally and financially. Our men are part of the armed forces of Ukraine, and this brutal war catalyzed the unification, the bringing together, the coming together of the Karaite society, those that live in Poland and in Lithuania. We face a lot of challenges, that's true, but we are the people with 1,000 years of history, with our own religion and our own culture, and we want to bequeath this heritage to our children and grandchildren. And we are under the threat of extinction. So together with Krimchaks and Crimean Tatars, we also fight for the preservation of our language. And we want this law that I mentioned before to be implemented very well. In Lithuania, for example, in Trakai, with the support of the with the Swedish government, they have the Festival of the Karaim language, and now the speakers of the Karaite language live in Crimea mostly, so this link has been severed, I'm afraid. I'm now speaking about details perhaps, but Actually, this is the problem that we face. And our cultural heritage of Karaites should be supported. And I'm speaking now about the museum in Galich. In Melitopol, we used to have an ethnographic museum, but it is not available and accessible to us right now. So we cooperate with this museum, and we are preparing a conference dedicated to the 20th anniversary of its establishment. Now we have a Knasa in Kiev, in Kharkiv, for us to be able to practice our religion. And we've got a spiritual community in Kiev, and all those Knasas should be supported by the state, we believe. And it isn't only the problem of Crimean Tatars, Krimchaks, or Karaites. The IDPs or the refugees should be supported with the regional and national program for internally displaced people we know that 130,000 people returned to the occupied territories. To me, it's horrible because people failed to get integrated in the hosting community, and they had to go to the occupied territories. I hope that we will be able to preserve our heritage and to survive this time to finally return to our motherland. Yeah, the war disproportionately affects indigenous peoples, and not only the indigenous peoples of Ukraine. This brutal, bloody war makes Russian indigenous people suffer as well. And it is an aspect which people sometimes overlook. And even the citizens of the Russian Federation who represent indigenous people might be, understanding us. And I want to give the floor to Oliver Lauder, who is a renowned expert on indigenous peoples, and he has worked with the indigenous peoples of the Russian Federation, and he engages very actively in supporting them. And the best recognition of his activity perhaps is the ban for him to enter the territory of the Russian Federation until he reaches the age of 99. So it is a wonderful marker of a recognition of his contribution to the fate and the plight of the indigenous people. Would you, Oliver, share with us the latest developments with the indigenous people in those areas and the processes that you participate in? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mila, for this introduction. Yes, I would say that since the start of Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine, quite important developments have taken place among what I would call independent national movements of several Russia's indigenous peoples, whereas not so much those who are called usually the коренные малочисленные in Russian, the small number, the numerically small indigenous peoples, but particularly the larger ones. For example, Buryats, Saha or Yakut, Bashkirs, Tatars, Oirat Kalmuks, Erzya, and several others. And I believe that these developments are quite relevant also to Crimean Tatars and the future of Crimea and Ukraine. So let me just highlight maybe some of those most important developments. Of course, you all know that Russia's aggression and also it led to this disproportionate use of Russia's own ethnic minorities and indigenous peoples in its war machine. And this made it even clearer to independently minded representatives of these peoples that this war is fundamentally a colonial war. Not only colonial war against Ukraine, but also against Russia's colonized people on its own territory. And also that Russia is not even so much a state in the normal meaning of this word, but it is much more a kind of an aggressive colonial power structure, pursuing political, economic, and cultural colonization of its own indigenous peoples. And while these independent national movements, what I mean by independent is independent of Moscow's control, they existed before 2022. Many of them actually got a kind of a boost, a stimulus after that. And also they started collaborating between each other, forming different networks. For example, the Free Nations League and the Forum of Free Nations of Post-Russia, which consist of these national movements, their leaders, who are cooperating, collaborating. And who are also openly talking about the need for structural change on the basis of today's Russian Federation, including, in some cases, emergence of new states on the territory of Russia's Federation. Now, these developments have actually been noticed by Russian-owned authorities. I would say that they are quite scared. For example, just recently, Russia's Supreme Court declared the so-called international separatist movement as an extremist organization in the Russian Federation, alongside another very dangerous organization that actually doesn't even exist as an organization, meaning the international LGBT movement. So Russia has this habit of calling extremist organizations such that are not even actually organizations. But if we leave Russia's own absurdity aside, then there is also a more serious message here, which is that Russia is actually scared of those developments. But Ukraine, on the level of Verkhovna Rada, really has understood the strategic importance of this development and also what it means for Ukraine's long-term security. In particular, the establishment and now the work of Verkhovna Rada's special committee on developing strategy for cooperation with Russia's national movements of captive nations is a very concrete example of that. Quite recently, this special committee met with representatives of the Free Nations League in Kyiv at a conference on decolonizing Russia. It has established communication links and they are collaborating. Members of this Verkhovna Rada committee, like the chair, Maria Mezentseva, MPs Oleg Dunda and Yaroslav Yurchushin, have offered political support to both the Free Nations League and the Forum of Free Nations of Post-Russia. And these are all very good practices, very much appreciated by those national movements of Russia's indigenous peoples. So I would say that as a result of this, today Ukraine is the world leader in decolonizing Russia. All other countries are lagging behind. I hope they will catch up soon. But these developments and those networks that have formed could also be of interest to Crimean Tatars and anybody that is involved with Crimea. Also the Mejlis, but I would say Crimean Tatar community in general. Why? Because those national movements that I mentioned, they are not only working towards regime change in the Russian Federation, but really structural changes that would fundamentally change the nature of this Russian state, or even get rid of it altogether, replacing with something better. In my view, their goals are well aligned with those of Ukraine and Crimean Tatars in particular. In my view, the best long-term security guarantee for Ukraine and Crimean Tatars as its indigenous people is not just reduction of the risk from Russia, but elimination of that risk altogether. And that is why I believe there are common long-term goals between those independent national movements of Russia's indigenous peoples, including networks like the Free Nations League, and with Crimean Tatars for possibly quite fruitful cooperation. Moreover, I think there is an opportunity for Ukraine to play a constructive role in helping, supporting, and empowering these independent national movements of Russia's indigenous peoples by, among else, presenting or showcasing the Mejlis of Crimean Tatar people and Ukraine's own policy and partnership with the Mejlis and Crimean Tatars as a good practice of how a state respects and upholds indigenous people's rights, including by respecting its representative institution.
Oliver, sorry, I will interrupt you because it's a theme of our second part of our panel, and I will be back to you for sharing of this point of view. Thank you.
Sure.
Наразі дуже дякую, Олівер.
Thank you very much, Oliver, for your review, for sharing your thoughts as regards what's going on in the Russian Federation and the view of the indigenous people of Russia in this context. As I already said previously, indigenous people is a kind of, for indigenous people, this is a unique platform on which they can get united and empower each other, irrespective of the relations between the countries they belong to. This is what we are talking about: 176 million of indigenous people living across the globe, and we are cooperating with them, we are engaging them for the support of indigenous people in Ukraine and Ukraine as a country in general. And I'd like to ask Bina to tell us about the solidarity between the indigenous people and how it matters for us. Why do we perceive the challenges of other indigenous nations as our own? Please.
First of all, in my indigenous language, Mayam Butaram na Oksheri means I pay my respects to each and everyone who is present here in this room, and thankful to the International Crimea Platform and the Crimean Tatar Resource Center for the invite. My name is Pina Nepram, and I'm today speaking on my personal capacity as an indigenous person from the state of Manipur, and a land which has also been under, militarization, a place which is home to about 272 indigenous people, 45 million living in my territory, and under an armed conflict for the last 70 years. The world feel your pain. The world feel the pain of what's happened in Crimea. The world feel the pain of what's happened in Ukraine. You have our thoughts, our prayers, and I know the courage that you have all worked through this last very, very years and last decade to resist is legendary now in the world. And so we thank you for your courage and for the work that you have done. So having said this, I would like to share, as Ludmila wanted me to share, of what are we doing, because it is not about, at this particular time in our history, while paying our respects to our elders, we also have a duty towards the younger generation and to the children who are yet to be born, that we cannot be living in a place of constant warfare. We cannot be living with fear that nation states might attack us. That is not normal. That is not the way the world should be. As a result, what we have done is this. As Ludmila said, who is indigenous? What is indigenous? Many people think it's a political term, but for us as indigenous people, it's about taking care of people who have been left behind, people whose languages, history, have been attempts to erase it, to delete it. It's the inclusion of marginalized communities in our nation building, in our state building, in our global community building, which is the heart of what we do as indigenous communities, nations, and territories. I wanted to make that very clear, number one. Number two, when I, as an indigenous person, first came to the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, I come from a little tiny place, which is at the end of the Himalayas, called Manipur, and I thought nobody have heard about us. But when I came to the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and met thousands of indigenous people from around the world, representing 476 million from 90 countries and territories, I knew I was not alone. So the indigenous people of Ukraine, as well as what is happening to Ukrainians around, what is happening to your community, you are not alone. I wanted you to know this, number one. Number two, once we realize the power of our togetherness, because 80%, 80% of the world's conflicts are happening now in biodiversity hotspots where indigenous people live. As a result, it is imperative to include indigenous people in negotiating for ending wars, ending aggression, ending colonial and authoritarian regimes, and ensure that we have rule of law, we have democracies, and we have a right to ensure that we are able to preserve our people, our language, our traditions, and our way of life. As a result, we did something remarkable this year. And I'm so glad that Crimean Tatars were there. We extended an invitation. Just before the UN Permanent Forum happened in April, on 11th and 12th April, about 80 indigenous leaders gathered in Washington, D.C. from more than 30 countries, belonging to about 7 socio-cultural indigenous zones of the world. Because we realize what's happening in Crimea, or what's happening in Manipur, or what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in Guatemala, what's happening in Cameroon. We are all linked. Because you may be sitting here and talking about only Crimean Tatars, but when I heard the story of what happened to you all, I realized our stories are so similar across the globe. And as a result, we need this global solidarity. So as a result, at the first Global Summit on Indigenous Peacebuilding, we have formed the first international declaration on indigenous people. And this is where it said, Article 1, the world of today urgently needs meaningful peace building that works for all. That the violence that is on our lives is unacceptable, and that we need to immediately take steps to address it. Zero violence on indigenous territories where people live. So this is, for example, the first article of the declaration, which is now signed by over 50 indigenous leaders. Number 2, we also created the first ever global network of indigenous peace builders, mediators, and negotiators. Because as you rightly said, today, if you are suffering in Crimea, it is not only to be left to the people of Crimea or to Ukraine to resolve your crisis. This is a global crisis. What hurts Ukraine, what hurts the Crimeans, what hurts the Crimean Tatars, hurt all of us. My mother has never been to your region, but when we heard about the war and the conflict and what you're feeling, we all felt your pain. Finally, what we did was we took what was happening at the first global summit to the United Nations. And we have also met the UN Under-Secretary General on peace building and asked them to include indigenous mediation policies, negotiation policies to help resolve our crisis. Because, let me tell you very frankly, I'm a historian by training, and after many years of working in the field of conflict resolution, we realize that many of the peace building and war stopping techniques are not working. It's not working because war profits. It profits. As people are fighting, it is not hurting each other, losing loved ones. Someone else is laughing all the way to the bank. So we realize that war profits. How can we ensure, as Gandhi said, there's enough for everyone's need in this world, but not for everyone's greed? Greed is what we got to stop, the continued colonization of our lives and territories. And finally, we are very glad to share that at the upcoming UN General Assembly, we will be having a meeting to look at indigenous peace-building methods, all supportive countries. So I will end with this and then take on to the next round, but to let you know that what is happening in our regions, in our indigenous regions, in our lands, can have global repercussions, and then we can work unitedly to be able to confront the challenges that we face today to bring the peace that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Bina. Дуже дякую, Біна, за
Thank you very much, Bina, for everything you do, for your inspiration that you give to indigenous people across the globe. Not to stand on the sidelines, not to be daunted and keep fighting. Thank you for your support and for promoting these extremely important issues at the global level. Thank you very much indeed. With this, I give the floor to the panelists on the stage. We've heard about the challenges of indigenous people in Ukraine, in Crimea, and elsewhere. And the question arises, what can we do to make a difference? What are the deep causes of that? And I would like to give the floor to Suleiman Mamutov, member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. We've spoken today about the need for indigenous people to cooperate, and it's very good that our representative works at such a high level of international representation. A lot of work has been done also by the Medjlis representatives who also contributed to the drafting of the relevant declaration of the EU. And we thank Oliver Lode for his input into this endeavor. And again, going back to our realities, I'd like you, Eskander, to tell us what are the available mechanisms to protect the rights of not just our indigenous people, but other indigenous people across the globe. And segueing to the second panel, I would like to discuss with you how we can achieve lasting and durable peace with due regard to the interests and the right of indigenous people for self-determination. Thank you very much, and I thank all the previous speakers. As regards the domestic or international mechanisms to protect the rights of indigenous people, I would like to first touch upon the hurdles that stand in the way of the realization of indigenous people's rights for self-determination and other rights. There are two points to be underlined here, especially if we speak about the rights of indigenous people of Ukraine. These are the hindrances that we all are aware of, and they are very obvious. First and foremost, this is the occupation of the Crimean Peninsula and everything that stems out of that. Because now the Crimean Tatars cannot actualize their right to the work of their representative institutions and so on. The same can be said about the Koreans. Another obstacle that is not necessarily directly related to the occupation of the Crimean Peninsula lies in the fact that, unfortunately, until now, in Ukraine, there's no clear vision of the specifics of the rights of the indigenous people and how they differ from the rights of national communities. And if we go back to the definition of indigenous people, we will see that unlike the national communities, indigenous people do not have their mother statehood beyond their country. And if tomorrow, for instance, Moscow decides to repeat the genocide of indigenous people, they have already tried that, but they do this now in a hybrid form. And if the indigenous people are really jeopardized, there's no safe haven for them to go to and get protected. There is no state where they would find a shelter. If you look at the national communities and those who help them to safeguard their rights, we can speak about mother states where they can ascertain and protect their rights. We are all aware of that on the example of Hungarians, Romanians, and even the Russian Federation.
Next, this failure to fully understand the nature of indigenous people brings about the declarative nature of response of Ukraine. Ukraine does recognize the rights of the indigenous people, but think when the law was adopted, only in 2021, not in 2015, not even in 2016. I think this is just the token of this failure to fully appreciate the rights of the indigenous people. And sometimes indigenous people are perceived as a factor of threat, of insecurity, rather than as an asset. The Crimean Tatars were one of the key factors of the collapse of the Soviet Union, even though the Crimean Tatars supported Ukraine's independence back in 1999, because the majority voted in the referendum for Ukrainian independence. And in early 1990s, you will remember Crimean President Mishkov and all of his separatist politics. As a result, the mainland Ukraine perceived Crimean Tatars as a factor of insecurity. And in 1993-1994, there was a letter signed by Mustafa Dzhemilev, whereby a letter to the then president of Ukraine, with the concern that the regional Crimean Tatar had no representation whatsoever of the Crimean Tatar community. Just due to the lack of this understanding, we haven't got much progress with implementation of the adopted law. We still haven't got the legal status, and this decision has been submitted to government, to the Cabinet of Ministers, but not adopted yet. Again, because of the lack of understanding that the promotion and protection of the indigenous people's rights plays in favor of Ukraine. Oliver referred to the support from Ukraine to the movement of indigenous people in Russia. And the best example of the understanding that democracy is capable of promoting the rights of indigenous people, then providing those rights and giving the opportunity to exercise those rights by the indigenous people is hard to imagine. And lost. Why the understanding of the nature of the rights of indigenous people is important. And that's what we demanded back in 1990s and are still demanding now, is the demand that Crimea should be recognized as a national territory of the indigenous people who've lived there for thousands of years, Krimchaks, Karayims, and Crimean Tatars. Then that would be conducive to the understanding that we are not a threat, we are not a factor of insecurity. And these rights should be fully implemented, not only declared. And it is top priority, as important as our accession of the EU or NATO. And this can be done right now without waiting for the deoccupation of the Crimean Peninsula. We are working together to get better prepared for the accession of NATO or the EU? Why can't we get better prepared for the occupation with the fully fledged rights of the indigenous people? Thank you. Indeed, there are a lot of things that we can do right now to promote and protect, truly promote the rights of indigenous people. And one of the very powerful arguments in the reasoning by Ukraine that its control over the Crimean Peninsula should be reinstated and that there can be no compromises about Crimea is the opportunity for the indigenous people to fully exercise and enjoy their rights. And the international law is very specific here. It is about self-determination rather than separatism. So here we have to learn lessons from our past, look at what happened and analyze the root causes for the occupation of Crimea. It's not only about the military force that was at play. And for the future, we should think how to establish and ensure sustainable peace there. For the indigenous people to be well represented in those peace-building and peacekeeping processes. Rafat Aga, how can the Crimean Tatars be actively engaged and be part of the inclusive approach? We've got very little time left, and I will try to highlight only one aspect of the importance of our engagement in peace building. If we look at all of the possible options of achieving peace or all of the routes towards a peaceful future of Ukraine, we come to, or we boil them down to two opposite positions. One, Ukrainian position spelled out in President Zelensky's peace formula, around which the international activities are carried out. Its achievement of peace and the conditions of the territorial integrity of the Ukrainian state based on the international law, all of the resolutions of the UN, and based on all of the previous agreements. And the totally opposite position that was vented yet again by the Russian dictator, that's the territorial encroachment on our territory, annexation of Crimea and 4 more regions, then non-accession to NATO, etc. And depending on how events are to develop in the very near future, we understand that the eventual result will be achieved at the battlefield. But that will force other countries to join either camp, right? These two major options would always be on the table. And it is essential that the Ukrainian state, in the whole body of all those quite rational arguments supported by the international law, the Ukrainian state should also lean on the rights of the indigenous people. And here we can quote from all of the experts who we heard before today. And the large part of the Ukrainian politician thinks that these are minor matters, but they aren't. In the international law, the rights of the indigenous people are actually sacrosanct, right? It doesn't matter whether a nation or a people is 2 million large or 20,000 large. And I am sure that the factor of the Crimean Tatars, of the indigenous people's rights, should be within the core of all of the peace-building structures that Ukraine would be promoting. And this issue, the issue of the indigenous people's rights, should be more proactively, more ambitiously, more aggressively, if you wish, raised during international fora. Because it is part of the Ukrainian sovereignty, and the approach should be inclusive. Thank you, Rifat Aga. I promised to give the floor to Oliver. So could you, Oliver, hark back to the issues that you've started to discuss with us? Why is it so that the representation of the Crimean Tatar in the Ukrainian law is a potent instrument or lever in the Crimean liberation?
Indeed, one of the biggest assets or strengths that Crimean Tatars have in the way they're organized, and also that Ukraine as a state therefore has, is the Mejlis of Crimean Tatar people, a representative institution of an indigenous people that has a long history, that has its own democratic procedures that it has followed when it was possible, and that continues to operate and function. And I would just like to recall one article from the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which really confirms this. So, states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. So basically, in international human rights law, representative institutions like Mejlis have been offered a very important central role. In fact, this right to self-determination of Crimean Tatar people is exercised through the Mejlis. Therefore, if Ukraine as a state takes collective rights of Crimean Tatars seriously, it should support and empower the Mejlis in all possible ways. And of course, this means providing a statutory role for the Mejlis, which I understand is in the works but has been delayed. There really is no reason, from my perspective, to delay it right now. But more importantly, perhaps than any formal role for the Mejlis is a substantive role. And this has to do with this current context of the war and possibly some kind of peace negotiations that will happen at some point in the next years. For me, it is very important that Mejlis, as the representative institution of Crimean Tatars, will be offered a substantive and formal role in any talks, formal or informal, that have to do with the future of Crimea and also in connection of ending this war. For example, I understand there was recently a peace summit in Switzerland. I understood that the Mejlis was not part of the Ukrainian delegation. Maybe there were good reasons for this time, but I would very much like to see that in the future, the Mejlis as an institution, I'm not talking about just like some ethnic Crimean Tatar representative, but that the Mejlis as the representative institution of Crimean Tatars would be engaged in all formal and informal talks that have to do with ending this war, that would then eventually also guarantee all the rights of Crimean Tatars, and not just Crimean Tatars, of course. I don't want to dismiss Karaims and the Krimchaks. But the big advantage the Crimean Tatars have is this strong representative institution, the Mejlis. So my main message here is to the state of Ukraine is do everything to empower and support the Mejlis. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver.
And coming to the very end of our panel discussion, I would like to ask you, Mr. Bekirov, to make certain conclusions. We've discussed a lot of issues, tendencies, trends, solidarity throughout the world, potential partners and actual partners that we can rely on in preparation for the deoccupation and liberation processes. And now we've got the political track whereby indigenous peoples are recognized, well recognized, and there is a law in place, but there is no sufficient secondary legislation. But amongst others, on the legal status of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. So irrespective of what the future government of Ukraine would be, this law should should be implemented properly for the future of the indigenous peoples in Ukraine to be well secured, and so that we feel confident of this future. So perhaps even the bureaucratic enforcement, implementation of those rights should be achieved.
Thank you, Ludmila. Yeah, we really need to summarize our discussion. So the first point I'd like to make, indigenous people do not accept falsehoods and fakes. If Ukraine wants to have credibility with the indigenous people, be in comparison with any other people, we have to credibly prove that in Ukraine we protect the rights of indigenous people. When we speak about peacekeeping measures, together with Bina, we worked a lot on that, and she was a kind of a driving engine in that, in creating this global network of indigenous people. But with all that, it's very important that apart from being supported by indigenous people, we need to make sure that within our Ukrainian peacekeeping processes, the Crimean Tatars are equally engaged, just like the Ukrainian people and their institutions. Because this is absolutely key, and it should lead us to the liberation of the homeland of our indigenous people. So when we speak about the formula of peace, when we want to involve people from other countries, the representative bodies of indigenous people, their institutions can really have a great role, because they have an influence on the governments and the states, and they can be truly instrumental. Another point, what can we do right away? When we speak about the representation of indigenous people, when we speak about self-determination of indigenous people, it is really true that the first step we have to make is to somehow promulgate the legal status of the representative body of the Crimean Tatars, the Majlis. But there is no resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers to that effect. The draft is being considered all the time, but it's not being done. The question is what a future Crimea will be like. We've spoken about justice and a liberated Crimea. So we know how the process of integration of the Crimean Tatars into Ukraine took place when they came back from deportation. I can tell you that the military administrations will not work forever in Ukraine, because there should be true democracy. And the national territorial autonomy could be a public instrument of electoral democracy, which can protect the integrity of Ukraine. Because after the deoccupation of Crimea, on the peninsula, there will still be a lot of people who will be leaning towards pro-Russian sentiments, as it was the case with a Ukrainian church, the opening of Ukrainian language schools, or the raising of the Ukrainian flag. We need to do it likewise with the assertion of rights of the indigenous people. And the expert network of the Crimean Platform could be a instrument to bring pressure to bear on the government, and also to work out good quality recommendations, both for our government and for our partners globally. So we have to continue our work. We have to adopt the rules of the expert network of the Crimean Platform, and demonstrate to the whole world that we are truly expert community and we can make a difference. Now, if there are any questions from the floor, we would be able to take them. Please take microphone. Good evening. I'm Yevgen Yaroshenko from Crimean SOS. When we speak about the indigenous people, we have to discuss not just what has been going on since 2014, but we should go back further into history and speak about the attitude of the Russian Empire to the Crimean Tatars of the last 200 years. And we need to demand that deportation of Crimean Tatars be recognized as a genocide of the Crimean Tatars. So far, we have only 4 parliaments of foreign countries who have recognized this as genocide. Obviously, this is a political assessment. It's not a legal assessment. In your opinion, what stands in the way of the recognition of more countries to recognize this as genocide? Are they just afraid of escalation, or are there any other reasons for that? As our resource center works quite actively with that. Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, and Canada are the only countries that have recognized this as genocide, and I think Mr. Chabarov, being directly involved in this issue, can take this question. Well, actually, as regards a court ruling that this should be recognized as genocide, this decision is kind of hanging in midair in Ukraine. There's no progress. Well, first of all, this is explained by the occupation. First, there was occupation of Kherson, and then the ensuing full-scale aggression. But we keep working on that. I cannot go into details as regards that issue, but if there was a court decision, that would give us an additional instrument which would support this decision to be taken in other countries. So the work should go on. We cooperate with MPs from many countries. MPs come and go. In Estonia, for instance, we have quite a lot of achievements in our cooperation. But in the Estonian parliament, the MP who spearheaded this work, unfortunately, passed away. But if we take, for instance, Austria, they don't deal with the issues of recognized genocides. They say this is not our issue, we're not going to recognize it as genocide. But when we speak about the genocide of the Crimean Tatars, we also speak about this in connection with recognizing the Holodomor as an act of genocide against Ukrainians, because both crimes are crimes against humanity. The deportation is basically an unfinished process. It is going on, just like the genocide of the Crimean Tatars. We've made some progress. We look forward to more decisions to be taken this year in that direction. And I'd like to thank the Verkhovna Rada Parliament of Ukraine, which this year came out with a statement addressing parliaments of other countries to support the decision of recognizing this as a genocide. But the composition of parliaments change, and this is what democracy is all about. And as new MPs come to the House, we need to work with them. That is why we work on special awareness campaigns. And the main slogan of that campaign, if you do not condemn this today, it will get repeated tomorrow. The same can be said about Holodomor as an act of genocide, and the deportation of Crimean Tatars likewise. We would very much welcome the support of the diplomatic corps of Ukraine in this area, and I hope that we'll make further progress. I'd like to add just a couple of points on the recognition of the deportation as genocide. There's a political and legal dimension to that. We, in our country, have to take a judicial decision about that. The political decision has already been taken. We've raised this issue to the level of our work at the international institutions, and it was fully endorsed by the Verkhovna Rada Parliament on the eve of the 80th anniversary of the deportation of Crimean Tatars. Now the environment is slightly different, and in the Council of Europe there was a joint statement of the heads of states of the Council of Europe, and the Crimean Platform will be working at that level as well. So this is quite a high level, and I hope that all this will result in an increase of countries which will recognize the deportation as a genocide. The Czech Republic and Poland are very close to this decision, and we hope that within the next few months they will take this decision. A brief commentary, if I may. I'm convinced that if we speak about political assessment of deportation by other countries, we need to work systemically on this. And systemic work requires resources and clearly defined goals. These goals, as regards the Holodomor, these goals were clearly defined, but as regards the deportation, I'm not sure whether there are resources and clearly defined goals to that effect. Again, this brings us to what I spoke about before in my first intervention, about the understanding of the importance and relevance of the protection of rights of indigenous people as a comprehensive safeguard. If it is lacking, there'll be just 4 countries, as we mentioned before. And at events like this one, the issue of the rights of indigenous people will be somewhere on the margins and not in this in the focus of attention. Are there any more questions in the audience? Okay, since there are no questions, Mr. Chubaro, you would like to add something?
Just one remark to make. Sorry for taking you longer, but I believe that's an important clarification. When I speak, I sometimes overgeneralize saying Ukraine, Ukraine, but with the adoption of the law on indigenous peoples, the position of the state of Ukraine has changed very notably. And when we say that certain issues have not yet been addressed when it comes to the indigenous people, when we speak about ignoring some things or avoiding decision making, then we face the omission by certain bodies of state power or officials. For example, Parliament, the Verkhovna Rada, has adopted this law, and there is a very clear article, Article 8, on the representation institutions of the indigenous people. So it's now up to the Cabinet of Ministers to pass the resolution. It's the responsibility of the government and of the Prime Minister, because thus they fail to follow the law. And there is also a law in Ukraine that foreigners can get the status of foreign Ukrainian proceeding from the territory of their origin or of their ethnic origin. Those who were born in Ukraine would be considered Ukrainians, but a certain official in the administration of the National Border Guard Service would say they cannot be given this status if they were born in Ukraine. And they believe that Ukraine as a state emerged in 1991. So then there's this collision, a legal collision in treating individuals. Thank you. Right, so it is all a personal responsibility of public officials. Yes, thank you. But to end, I would like to say that, as most of you, I believe that this appreciation of the importance of the true implementation of the indigenous people's rights will be reached very soon. And the very fundamental right, the right to self-determination, will be finally implemented. As Woodrow Wilson said, that the principle of self-determination of peoples is key to the proper international order. We do understand that it is responsibility of individual officials, and when they take decisions, they should answer three questions: whether it is right, whether it is fair, and whether it is in the interest of the human rights. And when it comes to the rights of the indigenous people, we gave very clear answers to all of the three questions. Thank you very much. Dear friends, colleagues, thank you very much for your perseverance, for your active participation. My special thanks go to the panelists for their wonderful interventions. And this topic of the indigenous people's rights is at the center stage because over the years of Ukraine's independence, the government has come to focus on it only now that Crimea has been occupied. But we are all learning lessons from our past for the better future. Thank you very much yet again. Tomorrow we will continue working. We will start at 10 a.m. We will a bit different format of accessing the conference room for security considerations. So please come in advance. And I would especially like to thank our online panelists. Thank you for your time, for being with us. And I would like to thank all of the participants in the audience our expert opinion matters when it comes to our collaboration with Ukrainian authorities and with our international partners. Have a good evening, all of you.